Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the Shield. A star-forged aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams have grown more troubled, the sight of her future grown more dim, but whose skill in battle, wisdom in counsel, and love for her sister and the Citadel has grown even stronger. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory, with knowledge of what he did for the last war, and what he can or must do for the next one. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, even as the threats they face grow stronger and stranger, and even if she herself can't know where the next path might lead. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. Now he's gone all in to save his friends. But will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, and started to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the Nation of Thrain. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief somehow tied into the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Erulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to take down the repurposed Conclave outpost, repel a war-forged invasion, and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They found an elemental forge of great power and rescued both hostages from Salvation and the maker of the Oracle of War himself. But the cost, and Braelish soldiers and the mighty floating fortress Argonth taken by the Lord of Blades himself, was high. Now the King's Citadel must widen their world, traveling to the neighboring countries of Karnath, Thrain, and beyond. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, and neutralized Razorcrag. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, unmask the Emerald Claw, and stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world beyond Salvation.
Ah, the pleasant crackling of the flames. What's going on, everyone? Welcome, Arbonauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Saturday night stream. It is April 13th, 2024, in the year of our Lord, Anno Domini, etc., etc. And oh my goodness, Triffity Mats with the 49 total months over 4 years. It's over 9,000. Over 4 years of support now. Thank you so much, Triffid. Really appreciate that. Yeah, what a good way to start the stream, actually, with this. Welcome, everybody, to a Saturday night stream. It's April 13th, 2024, and this is day 54 of D&D with INB, Eberron Oracle of War. This is my Undying Heart, Part 6. and quite possibly the final part of my Undying Heart, but I'm not 100% sure because it's going to partly depend on how the party handles things today. They've got some stuff done really well, and then they've got some other stuff where it's like, well, we're going to see what happens when they, like do things like try to get a vampire out of a facility that is trying to stop them, so it should be fine. But before we go any further, a couple of reminders about ways to support us here in the channel. If you haven't done so, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. And if you're watching me over on YouTube, welcome. We have a new record in subscribers over there. We're trying to get more people over there as well, though. So please consider jumping on board and supporting us by subscribing over on the YouTube channel. Free for you to do that, but it really does help us out. And you can get information and notifications about when new video content is posted up there, and there is new content over there every week. So there's that. !ArvCord is our Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. And hey, Zed Proxy, good to see you. So !ArvTreon for that. !ArvCord for that. !ArvTweets, that is my Twitter. You can follow me over there and on Blue Sky, !ArvSky, and the website for this, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop, that's the merchandise area. I am repping the shirt for this crew, D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War, the best bad idea we've ever had. I am repping that shirt today as we speak, so you can get something like it, which is going to look good for you, but also will help the channel. You can also support us over on the Patreon, !ArvTreon. We're trying to get that number back into triple digits today, and I would love to see that happen. And I might even be inclined to help out the players a little bit further if we were to get to that number, so we will see if that happens or not. But in any case, that's !ArvTreon. Great stuff for you and great stuff for the channel as a whole. Subbing to the channel as Triffid just did. No, I know. It's all anticipation, Triffid. It's all anticipation. !ArvTreon for that. Subbing to the channel is always really appreciated as well, as Triffid was kind enough to just do. Subbing and resubbing gets you those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. And again, you can also get inspirations for our players along with exactly anticipation. But anyway, so there's that. And you can also get those support with the Patreon will also give you the inspirations for our players if you support at the right tier. On the publishing front, !Icarus, my graphic novel from the amazing Athos Arts. !Library, my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And of course, !Greyshade, that's my Greyshade IP. First two books in that series, Greyshade and Renegade, already out, critically acclaimed, award-winning. You can get those right now at that link. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks there. You can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade. We're going to have a playtest for the Kickstarter backers going up on that very early next week. And then soon after that, we're going to be releasing more information to the general public. That is going to be out at the end of this year. We are very excited about it, all of the people involved. That's coming out from Alligator Alley with Brandon O'Brien as your lead designer. That's going to be amazing. And then Greyshade will also get you over to the link where you can get the final book in the Grey Assassin trilogy called Heretic, being edited by the amazing Emily Bell from the amazing Athos Arts, and that is going to be out in the summer of this year. Blurbs and information like that is starting to come in and is looking very good, very promising. People are responding to it very well, and I am very happy to hear it. So that is coming up as well, and would love all of you to find out about that and pre-order that over there too. Finally, if you have not already done so, please consider supporting the various causes we have. BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in this situation in the future. Now, turning this off, and I'm going to turn this on, just so people can see I do indeed have the shirt. The shirt does exist. It's good to see everybody here. Hope all is well. We are going to be on tonight, and then on Tuesday I'll be back with some Beowulf Age of Heroes, and then I'll be playing some Talisman Adventures with the GOG crew Tuesday afternoon, and then I'll be over back on this channel Tuesday evening for the Arvocalist as we continue our playthrough of the Banner Saga 3. So that's what I've got geared up right now, but what we have geared up now over on this channel is some Dungeons and Dragons. So I'm going to unmute myself so the folks know we're ready to go. I apologize for whoever I may have interrupted inadvertently because I couldn't hear them. Then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the incredible crew, which is ready and prepared to go. Oh, is Rand, and then I interrupted? I apologize. Of all the people, I was hoping I might interrupt Trent again because it's just as in accordance with the prophecy. But no, in this case, it was just Brandon. Anyway, it's a pleasure to see this smiling crew. We are ready to go.
Just Brandon?
It was. I just listen. I mean, I'm just saying. But I am very excited to have the crew with us, and I'm going to start with the bottom left of the ziggurat as per usual. Someone who is drinking coffee or tea or hot chocolate or water. Whiskey, rum, arsenic. Okay,
Water.
What is it that you're actually? What have you got, Trent?
Water. It's 2 cups from a barbecue place called Dickie's that doesn't exist here anymore because my housemate and I liked it.
Oh, right. So they were like, we have to close down immediately.
Exactly. It started with the
These
onion
two again.
tanglers. Yeah, started with the onion tanglers on the menu. He loved the onion tanglers, so they got rid of them. And then it just kept going until eventually they're like, the soft serve ice cream thing it was all you could scarf down. Soft serve ice cream machine. It started becoming more of a milkshake machine that just kind of sucked.
Yeah.
And then they just closed down. And so, but we have many cups from this place. So
the spirit of Dickie's endures, I guess.
This is my teacup, but it's empty except for a couple of slowly desiccating tea bags and a hazelnut coffee mate who unfortunately is not our sponsor because one day probably 4 years ago I bought it by mistake and he hates hazelnut. So that and powdered coffee. Hi, I'm are we doing introductions now?
Yes,
am I supposed to be?
Yes,
okay,
we are
supposed to be introducing myself.
Yes.
Right, so I'm Trent Sparks. I'm a professional voice actor here in not quite sunny California. Yeah, not really.
And Creamer spokesperson or wannabe Creamer
exactly.
spokesperson.
Spokesperson, yeah, exactly.
Not really, no. Don't do dairy that much. I mean, geez, still not like I did back in like 2018 when I wound up in the hosptal. Never mind. It's not part of my introduction. So I'm getting there.
No, I'm sighing at the memory of remembering when you were in the hospital. It wasn't a good time for any of us.
Yeah,
your friends.
No, look, I would hope not. Anyway, so and I narrate books for like a couple of these people.
Yes, indeed. And you is exceptionally good at it. So just keep that in mind.
Except maybe for Jan, I'm still working on getting the narrating done. Thing. But
soon.
That's because I've got more than 10 things to do.
Actually, it's not you that I have to be mad at. It's a certain other editor in this stream that I have to be mad at because of that.
How dare you get mad at Greg? He's right here.
Wow. Okay.
Greg has never been my editor.
This is true.
And if I did, I'd get the stuff back immediately without a husband. Anyway.
So what you're saying, John, is you feel no shame.
Yeah.
Got that right.
You feel no shame.
Well, I am an editor, so yeah.
I did notice you notice though that John has put himself at the bottom of the camera window and is like gradually sinking further and further as this continues. Like,
I got to do my adjustment.
I am an editor as well, but apparently by being on time and giving people direct instructions, I am considered a hard ass.
that was your first mistake. So you need to make sure that you don't do that. So everyone's just like, what? But what will happen
Back
when she
off
says something? Anyway.
Be erratic. Yeah, exactly.
Oh no!
Exactly.
Oh no!
But it is a great pleasure to have someone who is not an editor for John, as far as I know, and that, of course, is Marie Bilodeau.
Actually,
currently,
for
John.
I thought you meant me. I kind of help with proofread. Never mind. Let's
well,
talk
yeah,
about...
that's look, I'm not. Yeah. But Marie, it's good to see you. How is life in the universe with you and all that? And I was hoping you could say, as you're introducing, of course, who you're playing tonight, if you could also say, with no context, what book you and Carrie once enjoyed reading, and that led to eventual baking. I just want to bring this up. This was discussed in the green room, and I found this fascinating. So I just wanted to,
Dark Tide is the title of the book. Dark Tide.
Dark Tide.
That's a great. There you go. There you go.
And it is an excellent book. I devoured it. So,
And then
You
she was on to the
devour
cookies.
the dark
Yeah.
tide. Yeah, like that's exactly right. It was the dark tide.
Yes, so go check it out. Very
yeah.
good. I'm not reading the subtitle because that would totally give it away.
No, give it away. Right.
Right?
Can't do that.
100%. But speaking of Dark Tide, I'm doing very good. Thank you so much. But speaking of Dark Tide, part of the reason I'm doing so good is because we just did our own Dungeons and Dragons this afternoon. And because we're playing Dungeons and Dragons and we're all in our 40s, last week we had like caviar was on the menu with oysters.
It's a long way from vanilla Oreos.
La-di-da.
From vanilla
I know.
Oreos, it's a long way. Let me tell you.
It
right
was one of our players is a neurologist, and he's also a foodie, and he likes to do these food pairings. So he prepares supper. But this week it was at our house, so Carrie made a lovely supper. I'm the DM, so I get away with doing just telling people what to do in the game. And for dessert, though, she made, and this is something I will now introduce possibly you all to, is called a pudding chômeur. It's an old recipe from the Great Depression in Quebec, specifically from Quebec, because Quebecois will not be stopped with their love for sweets. And it is basically like you cook a white cake, and underneath it, like, is a maple sauce.
Oh.
And then so you get this like beautiful cake that you dip into it, and then this warm maple sauce, and you serve it with ice cream. Pudding chômeur. It's
There's
very
nothing
good.
about those last sentences I don't like.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like,
so good.
there's nothing wrong. Everything we thought that was good. Like there's no, yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, very good. So she made it for the first time with her new ramekins that we found. They're like 1970s ramekins that we got for $1. There's only 7 of them, and just like, oh, I need 8 of them. Anyway, so I need to find an extra ramekin. But yeah, so life is good. And can I know we only plug mostly towards the end, but next Saturday.
You can plug all. Yeah, no, please.
You're sweet. You
I'm going to plug
but
the
not
beginning
as,
too, so go ahead.
But not as sweet as the dark tide. Okay, sorry, I couldn't resist. It was right there in front of me, and I had to swing it. All right, go. Yeah, please do plug whatever you want to plug.
Beautiful. Okay, so next Saturday is Virtual CanCon, where we have wonderful guests of honor such as Brandon O'Brien.
Oh, wow.
That sounded kind of...
Is that the award-winning poet and game designer, Brandon O'Brien?
It is the award-winning poet and game designer, Brandon O'Brien, who will be joining us for a wonderful day online, full of fun. That is indeed their lovely book. And it is at an award-winning convention, because that's what CanCon is as well. So it's just awards everywhere. Yep. It's going to be fun. I'm putting the link in the chat. It's also in Canadian dollars. So like for Americans, it's like $2. So like,
she's not wrong.
I am the chair of said event, just in case you're wondering why I'm going on about this and like taking all the power away from Brandon going on about it, but because I get to showcase some wonderful people. Brandon at Virtual CanCon in November. Jennifer will be coming to our live CanCon event as an in-person guest of honor. So we're just lucky. Gregory A. Wilson, you may know him.
That guy.
That guy has been a wonderful panelist, often at CanCon, barely ever gets into trouble. Only once did he fall down the stairs because we pushed him. Like, really nice guy. So yeah, so please join the
It was a diplomatic incident, I'll have you know.
Okay, that's not getting into trouble. That's being pushed into trouble.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. It's in Canada. It's different. Don't judge the cultural differences, John. We said
yeah,
sorry.
really, John.
But sorry, we stepped over his body. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sorry. And then we shipped him back. He's fine. Look, he's fine.
Yeah.
So anyways, I'm very excited for that next Saturday. Get to hang out with a bunch of cool people, cool programming, cool chats. Yes. So I'm good. Oh, and today I play Mirimi Hawksmoor. I am a bard. I will hopefully be a little bit less scattered, but who knows? I am a College of Swords bard, which is a really cool build where you get to stab things as much as you get to sing, as much as you get to cast spells. So, yes, like that. La la. Yes, so it should be a fun time.
Awesome. Good stuff, Marie. And yes, everyone should support CanCon in all the ways. It is really an awesome con. And I think this is the first virtual CanCon, right? That the CanCon is held, I believe.
It is. Kind of. It is our second one. We did one during the pandemic,
well,
but we didn't call it virtual CanCon.
Right,
yeah.
Right, yeah. That's what I meant.
This one, we kind of workshopped it. We're the worst at naming things, Canadians, eh? We like went virtual CanCon, and then we thought CanCon line a bit, and then like people were like Can line, and I'm like, well, virtually that's hard to do. So, anyways, we didn't really come up with a title yet. So we're still calling it virtual CanCon, and it's in a week. So it'll probably remain virtual CanCon, but it is our first or our second intentionally online event, and we're splitting it from our fall event because it's too much to have both at the same time.
Yeah,
My volunteers will kill me. They know where I live.
Yes, as do most of Canada's elite authors, as we learned in the green room. Apparently,
No,
so,
I know where they live.
Okay, all right, that's different. That's different.
They have
That's
no
true.
idea where she
Yeah,
lives.
that's true.
No,
That's
no.
true.
Different.
Her address is separate. Anyway, it's always a pleasure to have Marie with us. It is also a pleasure to have virtual CanCon guest of honor and award-winning poet and game designer Brandon O'Brien with us. Hello, Brandon. How are you? How's life in the universe with you? What's going on in your neck of the woods, and who are you playing today?
Hello, everybody. I am just Brandon O'Brien, as previously stated. I am okay. This week has been a lot, but a lot of very cool things have been happening as a result of that. As previously stated, Virtual CanCon is coming up, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Because I'm doing a poetry panel, because of course I am, and I'm very excited for that. But also, for folks who like tabletop things, you will be pleased to note that at some point very, very soon, like if I recall correctly, after speaking to Greg, as soon as Monday or Tuesday this coming week, we will be sharing our first playtest document of Grey Shade. So if you backed the thing and would like to see what the thing looks like, please be patient with me. I'm trying my best, but I am very excited for the things that we have come up with. And I hope that you get to look at it and tell us what you think. But also, another thing is also playtesting has also begun playtesting already that you can apply to check out already, which is Tomb Raider, Shadows of Truth. The text of which I am not involved with, but the game is very cool, and I hope that you actually check it out, because the Tomb Raider RPG actually looks really, really cool, and I hope that you support the thing. And yeah, that's... Hi, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I do things on the internet. This week has been a lot. Some of my brain cells are rubbing against each other very vigorously. But tonight I'm playing Rowan Shallow, who has no idea what happened in the room before the room that I'm presently in, and would like to be reminded, because sometimes Rowan just bonks their head and forgets that things were happening previously. Something about a vampire? I'm very confused.
Indeed, we shall bring everyone up to date on vampires and lava. Oh my! But we'll talk about that in a minute.
Vampires and bats and lava.
Vampire, bats, and lava. Oh my!
Yeah,
yes. That's right. But always a pleasure to have Brandon with us. And can confirm the Grey Shade tabletop role playtest is in the next couple of days, going up on Kickstarter for the Kickstarter backers, and then will be available more generally. And like I said, late this year is when the tabletop game is going to be officially released. It's going to be great, so definitely check that out. Thank you, Brandon. Always a pleasure. Also a pleasure to have, of course, Jennifer Brozick with us. And speaking of successful things, funding has occurred for a certain project with which you were involved, Jen. So congratulations. And just let us know, remind all the lovely people about this amazing project that just funded, please. And then tell us who you're playing as well.
Okay. It's been, like Brandon, things have been a lot. Let's see. I funded, or my backers have funded my passion project of a cozy ghost story told by actual letters in the mail. I did not think we were going to fund this weekend, but then somebody suddenly stepped up and took one of the top tier packages, which I'm very excited about. I am very excited to, we're like less than $200 away from the coloring book pages, and I have one to show you.
Ooh, really?
Or I did, and I don't know where it is, so never mind. I will after the break.
It hasn't been colored yet, so you can't show it. There's no color to it.
Elizabeth Gozzetti is doing the coloring pages. That's our first stretch goal. We will make it. So every letter will have a coloring book page in it automatically. So I'm very excited, and there are so many interesting stretch goals coming up. tangible, digital, maybe more digital stories rather than the physical ones. We'll see where our stretch goals go. In the meantime, since I've seen you, I've been at NorwestCon. I went and saw the eclipse. The one time I've ever seen complete totality.
Mm-hmm.
I have traveled a lot in the last 2 weeks. So the brain, she's a little bit, she's looking for the brain cell right now. I think we're kind of sharing it between the 5 of us, which will make for a fascinating game. And in the meantime, I'm playing Nisiana Di Jarasco, the halfling healer from the House of Healing. I remembered to look up and see how many spells I have left. I'm about half down, but I put it into the chat thing of what I have left. But I still, unfortunately, we are in the heart of darkness, and I have a giant aura going off right now. So, yeah, we're subtle. Yeah.
I just want to say idly, I'm very excited to see what this game looks like now, because usually Nisiana has the extra brain cell because Rowan doesn't have one. So both of us lacking a brain cell is going to be very fun tonight.
I feel like, you know how you have 2 cats, one will take over the world and one is a beautiful idiot? I am totally on the beautiful idiot side right now. I mean, I am just like, I turned in the novel again after the fact check. I'm working on 2 short stories. You know, I got things going on. But if it's not written down right now, I don't know what's going on.
It should be fine. I don't think any of you are in any terrible, difficult situation that will require all of your thinking and planning skills. I think it'll be
Clip that.
It'll be fine.
Somebody clip that.
That's how you know we're gonna die.
It's a
We're
pleasure.
fine. We're all fine here.
We're all
How are
fine
you?
here. How are you? It's always a pleasure to have Jen with us. And it is also, of course, a pleasure to have John Helfers with us, who is apparently the person to whom everyone is just like, can we blame John? Can we blame John? I don't have anything in particular to blame John for at the moment. So I'll just say, hello, John. How are you? How's life in the universe? And who are you playing tonight? And is there anyone in particular that you wish to apologize to or clap back at for attempting to throw you under the bus during
the last
introductions?
one, no, it's all good. They all work for me, and so do you in some capacity. So sooner or later, they all come crawling back.
Oh, wow. Crawling back.
Okay, I take back all my thing about kicking you in the shins. Everybody who saw that on Gen Con, there's a secret backer level on kicking John in the shins.
Oh my God.
Brandon, I would like to update my numbers. I have less than 8 things.
Noted.
Mm-hmm. And then for those of you who want to see just what a quote hard ass I am, should go read Jen's her interview on Sarna about writing for BattleTech. Right? Apparently told her to suck it up and just write something, which I thought was
literally
hilarious.
did use those words because we were fighting about numbers of points of view, and it was a thing. And he finally just said, "It won't work without 4 points of view. Suck it up and write it."
And was I correct? I believe the answer is
yes. You were correct.
But you didn't have to say it like that.
Yeah, I mean,
actually, he kind of did it. I was very petulant. I had 3 and then 3 and then I.
Jen had a very strong point of view, unfortunately, and I say this in the editorial writers relationship. Unfortunately, in this case,
she needed 4 strong points of view.
Yeah, it was not the correct viewpoint.
No, it's true.
Yeah,
I just didn't
have
want to do it. I hadn't. I don't like my plans.
I'm taking this note. Sometimes the writer is wrong.
Yeah,
that's a typical author thing. I don't wanna. Yes, exactly.
Yes. As an editor, I do run into that a lot too. So
it's true. It's true.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever told anybody to suck it up, though.
But yes, everyone here is written for me, or edited, or proofread, or copy edited, or in some way, shape, or form, or audio recorded. So yeah, it's a good group. Good group.
Has everyone?
What? Yes, in one of those capacities, writing, editing, or audio recording. Yeah.
I'm just waiting to hear back about the thing that I wrote.
Oh,
yes, exactly.
See, so the short story, the one that I know I turned one in 2022.
Yeah, so you got nothing on Rozek there.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon. So, yeah.
Wow.
So I'll get back to you in 2025. Don't worry. Speaking of BattleTech, however, it's my turn to shill something since everyone's been doing that. And congrats on everyone, the virtual con, the guest of honor, and Jen's Kickstarter. Always great when a campaign succeeds. Love to see that. We have a little bit of a humble bundle for, come on, you go, if it'll work, for the next iteration of the BattleTech fiction books. There we go. And this one, because I reminded Humble Bundle to do it, you can actually, if you didn't pick up the first one, it is an add-on at the top level, which is like, it says 76. It's really like 120 novels for $30. You can't beat this deal. It's crazy. So if you didn't get in on the last one, you can get them all now for the low, low price of $30. It's kind of nuts.
Wow.
It's been doing very well. So the link is there. Feel free to share with other people who may not know about it. We've been promoting it pretty hard. It's been doing quite well. But I want to get this out, the word out, or just come and pick up for $30, like 120 books. All good. Yes, this has also been a week for me. Yesterday I had to do my taxes not once but twice because the stupid program malfunctioned. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, it's been a week. I'm still trying to get over this cold, so I may be I'm going to try to keep my mic muted so I don't cough in everyone's ears. But yes, I am John Helfers, and I do things with words and assign other people to do things with words, and we all do things with words. And I am playing Illyrian, the Starforged Aegis, who was spectacularly, incredibly ineffective in the last fight we had. And still flicking off bits of like cooling lava off my armor. Thank you very much. But I did have the last laugh. Thank you very much. With a stake to the heart of the vampire after I pried off his little home away from home, his coffin away from home, and we now have a immobilized vampire with a stake to its heart. And we're gonna move on and try to get the hell out of here. As last I remember.
Yeah. That's pretty much exactly right. Stake through the heart, and you're to blame. We have. There are like two people who are like, so pretty much yes. Anyway, a little shout out to the Gen X or Gen X adjacent folks. Anyway, it's a pleasure to have all these people here. I do also want to quickly note that since people had been asking about this, that yesterday was my 12-year streamiversary. And so I have been streaming since April 12th, 2012. And so it is, it's been quite a while. So it's now been 12 years of that. And I found out, because Twitch told me, that 2 weeks from today is my affiliate anniversary. It's when I became a Twitch affiliate and started to get emotes and things like that. So I don't entirely know yet what that's going to incorporate, but since it will be this group, I believe, in 2 weeks, that may or may not involve some kind of bonus or benefit to them. We'll have to see how these things work out. So anyway, just a quick shout out and thank you to everyone in the chat, and for those of you who sent along best wishes. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you all for being awesome and being the best people on Twitch to make this possible. And now, with no further ado, let's talk about what happened in our last session. And to do that, I'm going to switch us over to the map so you can see an enormous amount of lava, because in our last session, that's what the party was dealing with.
Mostly off the top of the screen right now. So
okay,
just
look,
a little
listen,
bit.
I mean, I'm trying to also include you, but if you want me to just focus on this,
just say it. There.
Dark Tide. Okay, anyway.
Actually, there's a lot of light there. I don't think it's really a dark tide.
Listen, you know what? I can open that door. All right, I'll turn this car around. This in our last session, the Incredible Infinity and Beyond crew in the game, known as, of course, as the King's Citadel, had entered in a very special and important mission, and it was a mission to get Widmuth, the head of a sect of Emerald Claw operatives, to basically to find this person, get them, and then bring them back for interrogation, because it is this person who was partially responsible for the construction of the Oracle of Bones, a companion device, one might almost say. I hesitate to call it a sister device, because I don't think it's anything like, oh, they get along really well. It was just another oracle like the Oracle of War. And the Oracle of Bones has the potential to be incredibly imbalancing and dangerous, because it has the potential, apparently, to lead to a forge which could construct enormous armies of Warforged at scale. And that, for the Lord of Blades, who the party has had a run-in with quite recently, would be very bad. Everyone is in agreement. And so the Institute of 12 sent the party, set the King's Citadel, with the blessing of Brayland, which supports the Institute of 12, to this area to try to get get in, get Widmund, and then get out. All that's fine, except that getting into the complex was actually reasonably straightforward, more straightforward than some might have thought. The party managed to fool the people on the outside into thinking they were certain acolytes who had come to be incorporated into the Emerald Claw, and then went further along and managed to get through several puzzle rooms and escaped falling into lava and all these other kinds of things, and finally made their way to Widmund's room, except that what they discovered there was Widmund was a vampire, so that was the first problem. And then the second problem was there was also a whole lot of lava that began to pour into the room after the door had been shut, after Widmund as a vampire was not going to be as affected by this as everybody else. This turned out to be not therefore easy to deal with, but the party did manage to, in the end, defeat Widmund and now have an incapacitated vampire with them, and that's all great. The bad news is that at the very end of the session last time, after the party had managed to escape this room, and here I will leave behind the room where that all happened, the room where it happened, and go over to here, they are now standing outside of that room, but in the distance of the complex, they have heard dong, dong, Dark Tide dong. Okay, I won't keep. I won't keep making. I won't keep making Dark Tide jokes, but I had to anyway. So that has been ringing. It is clearly an alarm in the complex, which means the complex is alerted that something is seriously wrong. So now the King's Citadel needs to get out of the complex that they've just gotten into with Widmund intact. Should be no problem for the King's Citadel that do the jobs no one else can do. So with that, I'm going to hand things over to the party just with this reminder that although I am not going to continue to play this bell, there is in fact a bell that is donging right now as we speak. The bell, that never ask for whom the bell tolls, it may be tolling for thee. The bell is going, so this alarm bell is continuing as you stand in the room. Also, I should just double check quickly. Merime, I have you at full health with no hero points. I have Rowan also at full health with 1 hero point. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, Nisiana, I have you now at 85 out of 85. Now that's lower than normal because of being bitten by the vampire multiple times because he's a jerk. But you're at 85 out of 85 at the moment with a hero point. Does that sound right?
That looks right to me.
Okay, Larian, I have you at 70 out of 83, not 96
for
the same reason, and 31 out of 48 on the Aegis.
That is correct.
With a hero point. And then Tantan, I have you at full health with a hero point. But Spanner, the best boy, has only 18 out of 62 health as we currently speak. But confirm for me if that's right.
He's not here.
Oh, right. He never. Yes, that's right. He never actually.
Irrelevant.
Never mind. Never mind. Right. Okay, and then we have Widmund with hit points, currently sitting in an incapacitated
He's
state.
got
And
one.
stick in the heart.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. Yes,
Dig
the one right through the heart.
All right, so I'm going to hand this back over to the
He
party.
has Schrodinger's hit point.
Yes,
There is nobody in the room at the moment, but except for yourselves. But there is this bell that is ringing through the complex.
Tanton, I believe you have something you'd like to execute besides the vampire.
Well, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? No, I think perhaps we should hide. And he pulls out a short length of rope and tosses it into the air, where it and a big hole opens up at the top of the rope. Like, everyone climb, go, go, go.
Dong.
I start climbing immediately.
Okay.
Yep. Quick.
I will do the same.
How many people will the rope trick hold? Or
All
how
of us.
big is it? It will hold all of you? Okay. Including incapacitated vampires.
Yep.
All right, just want to make sure. Okay. All right, so you're able to go up into the rope trick.
Yep, I will pass the vampire up, and I'm the last one to leave the floor.
Okay. How long is the rope trick? It's an hour?
An hour.
Okay. All right.
And as soon as Tanton gets in there, he starts pulling out the pieces of the old bag of holding and starts stitching them back together again.
Okay. Within the rope trick dimensional space, I just want to make sure I'm clear about It'll be fine. I was just doing something that was going to make people be concerned for 5 seconds. So it's fine. It's like the classic, what happens if you put a portable hole in a bag of holding, that kind of. Right. So, all right, you're able to start putting that together. As you're doing that, by the way, does people generally like to, does the rope trick area look like anything in particular? Some people decorate the inside of it. Does it look like a workshop?
No.
Does it look like anything? It's just blank space?
Blank space.
Okay. All right. What are the rest of you doing as Tanton is putting together this bag of holding?
We're gonna have 10 minutes. I am gonna use mend on 10 minutes worth of mend on. No, hour.
Hour. We have an hour.
I can't do anything to get spells back at this point. So yeah, I'm just basically gonna use mend on Spanner until he is.
Banner's not here.
No, he's gone.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, I guess I'm not.
Since I really didn't say what character I'm playing during the intros a little bit ago, Spanner, for those of you who don't know, is the steel defender that usually goes along with my character. He's kind of a Doberman-y looking robot dog. But he is currently kind of submerged in magma right now.
Magma.
Oh, right, Magma.
Magma.
So not appearing in this room.
Well, I know several of us got dumped into lava. And I healed everybody. Does anybody need anything mended? Because that is a cantrip I can do.
I think I'm good. Thank you.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, well
fine.
then I think I'm just gonna rest. I mean, I healed everything, and I'm gonna be quiet. I know we can see out, right?
Correct.
Yep, but nobody can see us.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm paying close attention to what's happening below, and I'm starting to rehearse some of my musicals because I'm like, if I meet that chef again, I gotta like win him over and like.
Yep.
So I'm rehearsing musicals.
This also gives time for your beacon to stop. So
Yeah, for Nisiana's beacon of.
And
Yeah.
yep.
None of you can need to get hurt again.
Our, we
I
can.
still-
Go ahead.
I still have that skull in the bag thing. So we have that.
Mm-hmm.
The crystal skull, right?
Yeah, that was the thing I did. I went and snuck and grabbed it, and then had to save my sister, and then got grappled by a vampire for like an entire session, which was fun.
Yeah, good times.
The opposite of fun.
We can burn hit dice, correct?
You can burn hit dice, yeah. At least if that's what you're focusing your attention on doing this during this time.
It is.
Tanta would not be able to do that, and wouldn't do it anyway, but because
Right.
but like can't because focused on this other thing. But yes, if
But
that's what you're doing. And
We'll
so
spend
yes,
two of them.
okay,
Arv,
yes.
just a quick question, and I don't know if you allow this, but can Mirimi kind of gently look around for her mind for anyone who's like, I'm thinking of Nisiana's housemate who's trapped here.
Leo.
Yeah, like, is there any way for me to just kind of gently flit about for anyone who's got that fear of being caught of. I see
Well,
Tren's face.
Is there a is there a Kalashtar, like, because I heard a lot of things that sound cool, but I don't know if mechanically they connect to anything. The flit around part.
No, I think mechanically it would be hard to like, I'd have to connect with a mine within 100 feet of me now. 110 feet.
Also, I'm not 100% sure if that also works whilst in the dimensional space created by Rope Trick.
That is fair.
So
I will then just look around. keep
unless
an
you
eye
want to
below-
stick your head through and just like leave it there.
Exactly right.
Some people just come in and like, what the
This
hell?
Don't mind
Disembodied head.
me!
Yeah.
Don't mind
head
me! Yeah.
sticking upside down out of the air. Tom Stewart killed me.
Listen, I took the kids to see Cirque du Soleil earlier today, so I'm all about weird nonsense
Oh,
just
yeah,
happening.
okay.
You know, it's like it all fits.
Nice.
But yeah, no, I'm afraid that is not going to work in that context. I think.
No,
given
that's
those
fair. I'm totally
circumstances.
just gonna look around and do musicals. It's all good.
Okay. Are you? Oh, you don't have to use one of those either. So, Rowan, what about you? Do you have any? And Alarian, for that matter. Well, Alarian's using the hit die. So, Rowan, what about you? Are you doing anything whilst this time is elapsing?
1 hour is not a long rest, so I cannot regain spell slots or sorcery points.
That is true.
So there isn't a lot that I can do. I guess I'm just I will take this moment kind of idly to just field strip my pistol, which really does just like look like taking my hand off, taking my entire arm off and inspecting it.
Okay.
Yes.
Definitely has some grime, some dust, and some flakes of ash or something that may have gotten in there of late, but otherwise seems in reasonably good working order. Also, John, Larian is at 82 now. If I read that correctly, you rolled.
You are correct, which means my armor's at 41.
41. Great. Okay.
Yep. So there you go. Not quite full, thanks to a certain vampire, but.
How many hit dice do you have left, by the way? I don't really.
9.
Subtract. 9. Okay.
I have 9.
Oh,
my 11. Yeah.
Totally fine. Okay. Right.
Exactly.
Okay. So, is anyone, while you're doing all this, by the way, everyone is just staying up in their space? Is anyone like looking down out of the space where they can look?
Oh, yeah.
So?
Yeah.
It's a 3x5 window, by the way, so multiple people can look out.
Right. But just be conscious that you're actually doing that. Okay.
Yep. Well, I'm very curious to see
town.
who comes in exactly.
Okay. Well, so after about maybe 10 minutes or so of you all being in this extra dimensional space, as you're looking through the area, you can see things entering the room. And specifically, you begin to see, there's one group and another.
Oh.
So you see a number of these, and you've seen things like this before in this complex, skeletal warriors that come in, and they are accompanied by, if I can find the place where I put this, right? Bear with me for 1 second while I find the person that is coming with them. They're not coming on their own. That's here.
Oh, couldn't they be more than welcome in the empty room?
Yeah, I have no doubt. Okay.
I mean, just saying. It's an empty room. What are they going to find?
Okay, right here. Right, and behind them, there we go.
Nothing to see here whatsoever.
Right behind them, and urging them along, you see a familiar cloaked figure. Let me turn that back on so the chat can see it. A familiar cloaked figure. This is actually a person that you first met when you arrived at this place and actually entered into the place. And it is Hadriana. And Hadriana, you may remember, is the person who had said, who was kind of like, welcome to this place. Who are you? And you managed to convince her that you were acolytes who wished to become, part of the Emerald Claw, and you were big fans and, wanted to hashtag them on social media, etc. So she is behind these 6 undead soldiers and walks in, and she kind of gestures left and right, and they loop around. So you have this very odd experience at one point of watching as the sort of top of the sword of one of the warriors is not all that far from, the bottom where you're sort of looking out of the window as they go underneath. And then she comes in as well, and you're pretty sure, those of you looking through, that there are more behind her. If you had to guess, she's probably got a good 8 to 10 of these ones with her. And they're sort of looping around, and she comes to the door, and she sort of waits and then opens the door. And the door does not release lava. By this point, the lava has receded, and there's just sort of cooling magma in the room. But the rest of it is sort of receded. You can't see very far into it, but I'm not going to bother to delete all this now because it's going to take a long time to get rid of all the lava I added in there. But the point is that is gone, and so she looks in and kind of looks out and then comes up and stops right underneath where you all are. and then kind of looks up at the ceiling, and so is like looking directly at you, even though it can't see you, and then like sniffs the air almost, and then blinks and then lowers her face again. And
I could death from above her right now. Just saying.
Don't do it.
And then says, two stay here, the rest with me, and turns around and departs. So two of these guys stay here, apparently guarding the outside of the room, while she goes someplace, although you don't know entirely where. I will put her elsewhere on the map for the moment, but that doesn't mean that she's necessarily there. It just means she's out of that room.
So we don't see which way she leaves.
Well, no. She leaves. You know that she leaves this way.
There's only the one way.
Yeah, there's only the one way out. Is that room down there? Yeah, you can't see beyond what. Once she gets past that room, you can't see her.
Question.
Sure.
Can you cast a spell outside rope trick?
I think you can if you yourself are exited. Like if you lean down out of rope trick, but you have to be revealed to do that. If you follow what I mean.
Fun, grand.
That's still worth it. That is
The
still worth it.
question is, are they looking in or are they looking out?
Looking in. They're clearly looking in.
Hmm.
The little animated swords waving. It's so cute.
Yeah.
I know.
Poised and
do
ready.
I want to risk a stupid thing?
I mean, it is on brand.
Right?
And on brand done in this case.
There you
Okay,
go.
sorry,
There
I
you
just
go.
I just was waiting.
Wait.
I can't believe I say I did miss this. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it's true.
The cantrip I wanna cast does have somatic components, so they don't need to see enough of my head for me to do the thing.
Okay.
I just like lean half of my head out
Okay.
of the rope trick to cast a minor illusion.
Okay. Give me a second here. I'm going to see whether they perceive
Oh boy.
you doing this.
Well, it's not only they can get us. I mean, I still think it sounds the alarm, so to speak, but you know.
The alarm, which is still ringing, by the way.
Oh, that doesn't stop you. Wow, I thought Julie got annoyed and said, turn that thing off.
Wow.
Doesn't matter. Miriam is rocking out. She's playing as loud as she possibly can because she knows that nobody can hear it.
I'm
So-
giving you really cool background music
Mhm.
The
there.
whole thing has been this opening direct. So apparently there's a special god that protects people who make decide to do what they self-define as stupid. So neither one of these seem to be looking in your direction, Rowan.
Oh, God.
Grand.
Wow.
Cool. I am going to cast a minor illusion. I will describe the entire minute as I have imagined it, which is
Okay.
the sound of me, Rowan, saying, "We need to get out of here very, very quickly," and then running frantically with the loudest shoes I've ever heard in my life.
He's got wooden clogs on.
Mhm.
But the sound is coming from the other side of the formerly lava door and moving away from it.
Oh, okay. How loud are you able to? I understand the loudest shoes of all time, but I'm trying to think. Let me take.
I thought
a
I could
look.
do a lion's up to a lion's roar. Is that my illusion?
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
is
Yeah.
loud.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
It is-
Kinda-
it
kinda
is
my
loud.
Beating
point.
of drums.
It is
Yeah.
loud. I'm
And
trying to
for
think
the
about.
minute,
yeah.
for the minute, throughout the minute, I can change sounds. So it is me talking very loudly, me running very loudly.
Is it
my
on loop
companions
though?
Complaining very loudly.
Yeah. So you do it for like 15 seconds, and then it's like tick tick tick. tick.
Yeah.
I'm going to run. Tick 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 tick. tick. Yeah, like it keeps doing that.
We need to get out of here. Let us go this way. Clap, 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 clap.
Oh my god. All right.
Damn it, don't make me laugh.
Rowan, we are going to get captured if they find us walking in this direction. Clap, 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 clap.
Okay. So, Several moments pass as this is happening, and then you see this one, and I have to. Okay, this is going to get a little bit crowded. So let me move this back here for just a second. I'm going to move all of
As
you
50
lovely
skeletons walk in.
folks. Yeah, I know, right? No. I'm just moving all of you out of the way for a moment. So this one comes in here. Okay, and then this one as well. So this one then is going to. I really wish they wouldn't put the thing right there. Okay. No, like that. Okay, so this one opens the door and is sort of stands just looking into the hallway. And it stands looking into the hallway as its companion comes up alongside. And then both of them are looking into the hallway as they continue to hear, we've got to run now. And they're just staring into the hallway.
You sound like a bad 1980s dub. I love it.
Or it's like, Shaggy, you and Scooby go that way. I'll take the girls and go this way.
Yeah. Right, exactly. Zed Proxy, the sound of a Scooby gang running down an endless corridor loop. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Right. Eventually, with a yoiks, the illusion fades. But they don't move while this is happening. So, Rowan, you could at some point, I mean, you could, as you said, you can change the sound or whatever. They're just staring down the hallway right now.
Do I get a sense of what they're looking for?
They might be looking,
like actively just trying to see where we are.
They might just be looking for where the sound is coming from, and then what if they can see anything making the sound. And they don't seem to be seeing anything. They hear the sound, so they're just sort of staring down the corridor.
Interesting that they have the ability to open the door.
Also very interesting, yes.
Mm-hmm. We can't lock them in there because they can probably just open it from the other side.
Get them in there, and then span and push the button, and then slam the door.
Wait a minute, is the button visible from the door?
No.
The button was on the dais, like underneath the coffin.
Back side of the coffin.
Back side of the coffin, yeah.
And there wasn't an exit from this room. There isn't an actual exit in this room.
I mean, not that we could see, unless you want to try to swim through where the magma came from, which I don't think we want to do.
Well, that's right inside the door. So the two openings that the magma was pouring out of are right inside that door.
Right.
Why do we even have that button?
It's here because it's on the show.
This is probably still not going to help. I'm going to close the minute with quick through this secret passageway, through this wall, and then the sound of a cavern opening.
The sound of a cavern opening.
Well, a piece of the wall, scrape, kind of the stone on stone. Yeah, there you go. Yep.
All right. Let me see.
There you go. You're welcome.
Are you rolling to see how gullible these two skeletals
I mean,
are?
they're not what you would call like
they shouldn't have wisdom. They should just do the thing.
Well, no, it's the opposite. It's that they're not very deep thinkers, so they're not even going to be like, what do I do now? Right? Like instead they're just sort of like staring down that they were well, I'm not going to tell you what they were told to do, but they were trying to decide like, does this sort of rise to the level of something else they have to do instead? So what it does do instead is cause them to stand exactly at that door and continue to stare down the hallway. They and they can look into much of the room and see much of the room from there. So they seem to be staring into the room. You've definitely got their attention located on the room. You don't think they're
room?
Say again. The lava room, the former lava room.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
But they are not. They don't seem to be making any moves to enter it further. So, up to you if there's anything you want to do about that whilst this is continuing, this particular illusion.
How is Tanton doing with the bag of holding?
He'll be done before the before the hour's up.
This will be about 15
Okay.
minutes in by now, so yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I stopped glowing.
And
Yay.
Tanton's like, wait, I have no light now. No,
That's true. And is this circle, was this the aura of life that Nisiana had
Yes,
up?
this was the aura of life.
So that's now, that should be
Yes.
gone, I believe. Okay.
Yes. I still have 2 more auras of life, and I still have a ring that has up to level 3, and I still have 2 level 2s, and I still have channel divinity.
It'd be funny actually if the aura of life had a reverse effect on skeletons. So like, let's go see, you know, they just sort of collapse to the ground. But that is not how the
I
aura.
was literally about to ask if
Yeah,
that's
it does
how
not
I
work that way,
wanted
sadly.
to work, but I was told that life isn't like positive versus negative anymore. Otherwise, I would have cured the hell out of that vampire.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work that way anymore.
yeah, this is not 3rd edition anymore.
That is correct. By the way, there is a cat in the room. Everybody drink.
Oh yeah, that's
Water
right.
or otherwise.
Gotta make sure.
I no longer have a drink. Sads.
Get out.
You have no
No.
water?
You're like
I will refresh my water soon.
on like an island. How can you not have any water?
Well, one of the
Let's just lean out of my window and fill this cup with salt water. Yes.
That's how it works, right?
Mhm.
So, okay, but assuming that you do not do anything additional, Rowan, then after that minute when the sound fades, they stay staring down the hallway for about another 10 to 15 seconds, and then they return to their spot and face in again.
Did they close the door behind them?
Yeah, they do that, yes.
Okay.
They close the door and then go back to where they were.
Well, I tried. I thought they'd be more curious, and then I forgot that skeletons don't have eyes.
Well, they technically do. They usually
Yeah,
have like
eye
I mean, these are.
sockets.
Well, but don't they have the glowing pits? These ones, these are like skeleton warriors. I thought they were like a bigger, badassier version of skeletons. Arv, don't they have like the glowing pits in the eyes?
They have
kinda
the
thing?
yeah, and they're capable of being able to. They do have vision granted them by the unholy rituals that raised them from the dead to begin with. But they are not. Yeah, they're not particularly. Curiosity and sort of improvisational thinking are not high on the list for these things. So this gives you now about 40 minutes left or so, roughly speaking, on the rope trick.
Well,
I was hoping to not get into any more fighting tonight, but that seems inevitable. So, how prepared are we to just ram through dozens of skeletal soldiers until we reach the exit?
Wait, say that again?
How willing are we to run through several skeletal soldiers until we get to the exit?
So there is a small problem. One, okay, there are many problems. One, there's
Including
lava.
every single skeletal soldier.
Yeah, the fact that he said
There's
tons to
lava
begin with. Yeah.
between us and them. There are broken bridges between us and them. The one exit that we are aware of. At this point, I think our best bet is for Merime to go have a conversation with that cook and find out where the vegetables come in and see if we can go out a back way. Because I would like to think that all the kitchen supplies don't have to go through that lava bridge thing with the secret rooms and all that we had to deal with. I mean, that is incredibly impractical. And if there's, it would slow things down enough that those in charge would be annoyed at the servants. And you know that that's not going to be allowed.
And all the spinach would wilt.
Well, okay, there's that. But that's not what I was thinking about. But there's got to be some sort of servant or efficient way around here that is not for the adherents or the acolytes. It's for the servants and for the people who need to just sort of magically appear places.
I could cast invisibility on myself and
Promptly drop it as soon as you have a conversation with him.
yes, but that's okay because by then I would be with him and not with the skeleton warriors. Unless, of course, Rowan wants to distract them again and at least pull them away towards the vampire door.
Fine by me. Is there a specific time you'd like to do that? It'd probably be best to do that now rather than in 30 minutes.
Yeah, and can I, Tanton, will I be able to contact you telepathically?
I don't believe, not while we're in here, no.
Okay. Well, as soon as it's over, I'll ping you.
I don't like this very much, but I haven't liked anything yet.
It'll be good. I have the mask. I can use the crazy blood mask, and I have musical. The music is on my side. I'm not concerned.
Cool. It's
It's
not
true.
you we're concerned about, but also yes.
I think, unless anybody can come up with a better plan, seeing if you can turn that chef to our side, our favor, or our benefit. That's it. I don't know.
Let's try it. I mean, we'll have to find a way there, and Tanton can rebuild a bag of holding in the meantime, and then we can hopefully scoot out of here easily. And if I know, let's set our watches together, Tanton, so I know exactly when this is ending.
So the hourglass, you know.
Maybe a distraction will be in order, and we'll
And
be
suddenly Hudson Hawk. It's the ballad of something else going on. The ballad of 99 bottles of beer. Whatever. Oh my God, it's such a silly thing. Okay. I love that movie, by the way.
It's a great film.
It is the perfect example of what every character wants. And all Hudson Hawk wants is a cappuccino.
Cappuccino, yeah.
That's it. That's all he wants. All right, go into danger.
I guess I'm leaning out of the rope trick again.
Well, if she's going to be invisible,
I'll keep my spell if I can, if Rowan
Okay.
can get, and then I can get there, and I only have few spell slots left.
yeah, okay,
so,
I'd rather, yeah, you're right.
like very few.
So you're casting invisibility and getting out of the rope trick, but what's Rowan's quality?
No,
No,
Rowan's going
I'm
to.
casting minor illusion again, and Mermaid not casting invisibility.
Oh.
And I'm gonna try to just sneak out and pass them like stealthily
With the minor illusion, you mean? Okay.
with him distracting, leading them back to the room again with
Okay.
another.
Okay.
Hey, I found the exit.
So now, and I'm not in any way discouraging this, I'm just making sure you were clear. Minor illusion, because it is minor, is not the equivalent of an invisibility, meaning
No.
I have great
Two
admiration
different
for your
spells.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I have great admiration for Maramay's stealth abilities. I just want to make sure that we're clear that that you're clear it's going to be, you know, it's.
I mean, I can always use invisibility, like use a minor illusion, and I can invisibility to the chef, and then drop the invisibility to talk to him. And because if I get attacked right out of the thing, I'm kind of SOL. So I've got enough to cast it 3 times. And then I have my level 6 spell slot is still there. So.
Well, as my understanding was that Rowan was going to distract the skeletons again so they would look away. Marimay would sneak out.
Okay.
Not invisible.
I'm getting kind of this vibe in my heart that I don't know what's in the room past the skeletons.
I know.
So maybe
we should just go invisible.
Maybe
Yeah, the
invisibility.
invisibility is still useful. Yes.
Let's do it just in case. And what if the chef isn't there because they're like at, DEF CON 3 or 1 or 0 or whatever, and then he has to go hide in, like, I don't know, his oven or something as per rules. So I'll need time to find him.
What happened in Hansel and Gretel? They declared a DEFCON 1. And she
Yeah,
went
it's
and get in the
exactly
oven.
right.
Yeah.
Right? You have
DEFCON
a
1,
nice.
children! DEFCON 1! Into the oven with you!
No.
That was a dark
the
time.
less number in DEF CON, the worse things are. So DEF CON 10 is everything's fine.
No,
DEF CON 1
Yeah.
is everything
be
is
the worst.
really, really bad.
Which is why you go in the oven. Because it's DEF CON 1.
Yeah, like, I mean, and Marie, did you just say Dark Tide in the process of that?
Yes, I did. Thank you for
Well
noticing.
done. I just want to make
That
sure.
was for you.
That wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Remember
this
me in my hours.
conversation. What are we talking about?
Sorry.
Remember
Are we talking
this
about
in
the
my
molasses
hours.
flood?
Oh, man, you gave it away. It was just a dark tide. It could have been
Dark
anything.
tide. Remember that dark tide grip, that dark tide moment in my stupid hours. Remember it, Gregory Wilson.
I will.
Thank you.
Oh Lord.
All right, are we ready to do this party? Because I totally am if you are, Rowan.
Yes. I lean back out of the rope trick. Cast minor illusion. That cavern was a dead end. Let's go down this hole instead.
Okay.
Clop,
Where-
clop, clop.
Where is that
Very
coming from? Is that coming from the same place?
Down a hole. Still coming from the lava room.
Oh my goodness. All right. All right. I'm gonna move you over here just in case. We're gonna see whether they're.
I cast invisibility, but I'm very amused.
This is like that part of Toonstruck where you have to distract the alligator guards.
Yeah. And
And keep moving them back and forth. And back
pretty
and forth.
much. You should see the rolls I'm getting, which is very funny insofar as it's very appropriate that they don't know what the hell's going on. So they again walk back over. Once again, they open the door and once again stare down the hallway. I want you to imagine, chat, this is very much the way that lots of cats behave, is that they'll go something, and if they see a shadow or hear something, they will stare with the stare of death until they're 100% convinced that nothing has ever been down that place in the last 5 years or whatever. Like, so that's basically what the skeletons are doing. They are just absolutely staring there. So they are staring as this sound, that was a dead end. Let's go down this hole instead, like that type of thing is echoing. So with that said, Mermaid, I know you said cast invisibility, so now you're going the other way.
Now I'm going down, and yeah, I'm gonna go towards the where I saw the chef before.
All right, I need you to make a stealth check as you drop stealthily, I hope, out of the rope trick.
Yes,
which is
and I
pretty
will
close
do
to
it.
where the skeletons are, by the way. So.
And I will do it at advantage because I am invisible.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh.
All right. Well, you could have a 21 or
Okay.
a 21.
I recommend taking the 21.
That's
I'll
a
take the
bold
21
statement.
then.
All right, 21. Okay, so let me move you over here. Why did I have you as flying for a while?
I'm flying.
No, you're not. But I was wondering what
Yes!
that wing was for. Oh, it might have been. Well, no, I don't know what.
It may have been while they were on the no. I was
Because
going to say
it-
while they were on the Tensor's floating disk, but it didn't go anywhere.
Because it was
So-
Tantan as well
was
had
funny.
this. Tantan has that same symbol, and I'm not certain why. Not that it matters because you don't have it now, but you are now invisible. All right, so
Is that invisible? I look like I'm sleeping.
Just have your eyes closed. That's all.
yeah, I mean,
Nobody can see me.
I thought it
Nobody
was-
can see me.
all right, here you go. How about this one? Is that better?
Ninja, yeah.
Yeah, ninja.
There
that's
we go.
good.
Now
Thank
ninja.
you.
All right, there we go. Perfect. So, you land. They do not turn, and so you can now make your way if you wish in this direction.
Yes, let me know if I should like scream or
Okay, now
catch on
stop for a
fire.
second. When you get there, you notice that there are now two more guards that are here, staring again inward towards the room. And you can also see, just give me 1 second, there we go. You can also see that your chef friend, whose name, by the way, was Cliff, is
Cliff.
at the end of the table here and is currently sitting at the table and is more or less just looks kind of just miserable. You can see that obviously the places are all empty, but the plates have what look like food on each of them. But he looks miserable, and he's just sitting on the edge and kind of like, like sort of twiddling his thumbs. And he seems to be humming something. Mermaid, if you want to make a perception check, you can see if you can hear it well enough.
Yes, I really do. Hang on. $15.
You hear him humming / singing something like, waving through a window, I try to speak, but nobody can hear. Wait around for an answer to appear, so I'm tapping on the... Sounds like might have been from one of the great shows in Waterdeep. Might have been Dear Bevan Banson or something like that. You can't quite tell.
Now, Greg, I think you'll agree that I've been invisible fairly frequently.
Yes, unquestionably, it's a common state for you. Yes.
Not to be a trope.
really, you're a meme at this point. Like, oh, Mara meme, the invisible.
It's because, and I want to talk to you about this, but I don't feel seen. Okay. Okay.
Listen, if you want to sing that song from Dear Evan Hansen, which is the best part of that musical.
No, I just want to be clear that when I use my telepathy, it in fact does not break my invisibility.
Based on precedence, that's correct.
Based on precedence.
Thank you. Jennifer Brozak has my back.
I got the brain cell. Holy crap.
Well, so
there it goes.
So here's the thing.
It has returned.
Here's the thing. Like, I totally agree that it would not break it between you and those who are willingly receiving the telepathy, which is your party, etc. I'm trying to decide if it would... No, I think you can probably, because you can actually even speak into the air and not, break invisibility. So I actually think, yes, I think you could probably use telepathy. Now, you have no idea how Cliff, who's currently humming something from a musical, is going to react when all of a sudden this voice is like, "Ha, how are you?" But you can certainly give that a try if you wish. I don't think it would break invisibility as such. Can Rowan telepathy the original two guys no this way? No, he's not telepathying. Rowan cannot minor illusion telepathy. Minor illusion. Minor illusion.
Come on.
Very small.
And welcome back. Hey, Prince Justin. Hello from the road. Hello from the road. Drive safely on your way back. Good to hear from you. I'm glad you're here. So, yes.
What I'm going to do is I am going to mentally sing very gently and softly the same song that he is singing so that I become an innate part of his musical psyche.
I see. Are you harmonizing with him?
I am harmonizing, Greg.
He's becoming a part of his world.
Waving through the window. I'm doing the alto part. Oh, okay. Well, check you out. Okay. Wow. All right. You know what? I'll tell you what. I want a performance check from you, Maramay. If you're going to do all this stuff, let's see whether the precedent is you can do this properly.
Should I do it at advantage?
No, you should not do it at advantage. You're doing a performance telepathy.
It was just a question.
Denied.
Fired. Oh, gee.
Well, you may not totally know this song, so there's this one.
It's very wobbly. It's not a good one. Like, I question its taste a bit in musical.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, he at one point is just like, I wait around, and you're like, wait around. Oh, I go down up there. So you can see. So Cliff is like,
okay. In my defense, I have the right song. He's the one who's got it wrong. Okay, I'm singing.
He's the one who's always singing. We're gonna jam at the lighthouse.
Right? Like,
right. Okay.
He's the one who asks for American Pie and karaoke, right?
Who's
like every
the
time,
trained
like,
musician
no,
here?
save
Absolutely.
yourselves.
Yes.
right? I'm the pro here. He's just a chef. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's call it what it is. Anyways,
To all the chefs watching or listening,
we apologize.
Fairman's views do not represent the views of IMDb as a whole.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
does not represent. Yeah.
I like the idea that Mermaid has no inner monologue here, though. It's just like, look, he's just a chef, and he's like, "What? How dare you?" Like, no, I meant to say that.
What I'm now worried about is Marie's partner is probably upstairs going, "Excuse me."
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, I love you.
would never do that.
Yeah,
No
she
molasses
knows.
for you. Anyway, so so that happens. So you can see Cliff is like and kind of like looks down and then it seems quite confused.
I want to be part of your world. Don't flinch.
He-
You remember the musical Patricia and the Elephants, where she could be heard to the elephants in their minds and they danced together all the way to victory and the free plains?
So he looks up at the skeletons and just stares at them as if they but the skeletons are just standing there, right? And he's like, they turns and
No, don't speak out loud. Don't speak out loud. Speak through your mind. Reach with me. Feel it in the music, Cliff.
hello.
And
He says internally.
he sounds like the teenager from Simpsons.
Who is this? No,
Hey, that comes out of my pay.
that's who is this?
This is your musical friend, the one who came to pitch the musical idea.
Where are you?
I am not far, but listen, don't let them see that you know that I'm here because it's a surprise and we don't want to spoil it.
But the whole place is in lockdown. Can't you hear this? The bell going off. They're looking right at me. Of course, as you're watching, of course, he's not. So he's just like he's not actually being super subtle. And if the skeletons were because he's just like, this gesture.
Oh, God.
And he says, and I made an entire set of meals and just look at it. It's all cold.
Oh,
I can't
no.
reheat it. What am I going to do? Bring it down to the magma again?
I'm so sorry, but I hadn't even noticed the bells because I was just so excited about the music and the new lyrics that I'm composing for this, and I had this part for you that is just so perfect. Don't let it show on your face. Don't let it show on your face. Don't give it away, because
He is 100% letting it show on his face, incidentally, and is 100% giving it away. If there were anything other than two very dumb undead creatures looking at him. But
Who are
I mean,
both probably looking at each other going, he's having a conniption.
yeah, exactly.
Oh,
He's
maybe a seizure.
and he says maybe it's a seizure. So he sort of says, so how you're connecting to me? How are you talking to me now? And what do you want me not to say or do? And why am I not supposed to react?
well, because I need. First of all, we're connected through the music. I know that you felt it too, right? The vibe, that quintessential quality of the musical notes striking the right one after the right one, and the
I heard
lyrics
some
flowing
wrong
from your
notes
lips.
actually just then. I was
Oh,
supposed to go up and
that must have been you. But but I have to. So the show that I wanted to put on is we've got to go ahead, and it's going to be really great. But I have to get out of here, and I have to get the
Now?
paperwork. Well, to the producers, say in about half an hour, 25 minutes. Do you know, there must be a secondary way while all this lockdown, dark tide stuff goes away.
and he points up as the bell dong dong. He says, but there's a secondary way. How would you? What do you?
There must be some other way to get out. Come on, Cliff. You know everything about here. You know the music. You know the heart of the place, the strumming beat of every room.
You're
the
young, wild, and
footsteps.
free.
Yeah.
And he's just like, how to get out? There's only the way. There's the cells. There's no way out of the cells. There's the way that through the pyrofact. Also the rooms, the puzzle rooms. And then
Okay.
there's. Only if the goods go in and out. But that hasn't happened.
Which
this
goods?
shipment. Well, vegetables, meats, things like that. And he sort of looks over very meaningfully, and you can see he's about to reach up, and then he does. He's like, and like, very obviously like
That's
moves his
well
head
indicated.
in the way of the in the way of a couple of the chests. And you can see that over here, right in like behind him, basically, is I had mentioned that there were these large kind of like crates almost, or no, I shouldn't say crates, but like storage areas. Basically, they look like large wooden storage crates that have lids to the top of them. And that seems to be where he's sort of gesturing to, not unsubtly with his head.
So how does that
Or
work?
excuse me,
You go.
very unsubtly, not unsubtly.
Never.
Extremely unsubtly, actually. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so you just what? You go in the crates and the crates go down, or?
Well, I don't, but food does. Well, wait.
Right.
You mean you wanna leave? Well, I mean,
Well, maybe. Come on, it's for the show. This is going to be the best production. Like, everybody's going to be talking about it for years to come. Like, and you, my friend, are going to have your name in lights. It's going to be spectacular. Like, it's going to change this entire place. It's going to be so cool.
and then he starts sort of like nervously like and he's he's like humming some also vaguely familiar musical to you, and he says, well, look, I mean, even I'm first of all, I can't do this. I'm going to get in trouble. So this isn't going to happen. But even if I did this, I mean, what, you want me to put you in with the vegetables? I mean, they are pretty big, I guess, but I would have to send okay, look, maybe I could figure out a way to send you out in a crate of vegetables. I wouldn't do that. I'd get in trouble, but maybe I could. But, I guess I could do that. I mean, then it would get you out, and I don't know. Maybe that's, but then I could get in trouble, though.
No, you won't. Nobody will know. Nobody will ever know. And then your name will be in limelights and you'll be so big that nobody will be able to touch you anyways. I mean, you want to explore the world through music? This is your chance, Cliff.
Because I let you escape in a box of vegetables, my name is going to be in lights?
Because you're allowing me to get the contract signed in time so that the production can go through. And if I don't get out here in about 24 minutes,
that's a very specific time.
Well, it's a very specific production. You know how it is. The stage cues have got to be exact.
I would like you to make a persuasion check for me, please.
Oh, dear. Would anybody like to give me inspiration?
That's true. There are inspirations available in chat that perhaps any...
Are there channel inspirations left?
I don't actually think we've used the channel inspirations for April. So, but remember, now you can help a fellow player. That's allowed.
Right.
But you cannot help yourself. But that said, if anyone wishes in chat... Oh, Echo Alpha has done it. All right. Hey, Echo Alpha.
Okay. Well,
so I'm assuming that Echo Alpha wants to use that inspiration, but correct me if I'm wrong, Echo. Also good to see you. I'm assuming that you want to use this on Marimay's persuasion attempt to persuade Cliff to put her in a box of vegetables. Okay. Yes. So Echo is using it. Thank you, Echo, so much.
Thank you, Echo. You're my hero. And together we will make beautiful music. Yes. Okay. So persuasion.
Oh, Prince Justin. I was wondering if Prince Justin might have one too. There may be others you're going to need, Prince Justin. This may be...
yeah, just keep it. We're going to need it tonight.
Echo's like, bake me loads of cinnamon muffins. That's...
it! Ooh.
22.
You saved me. Thank you, Echo.
He says, not enough. No, he says... I'm
so charming when
all right. Well, okay. I guess it is for the art. All right, I can put you in the box of vegetables, but it's you'll just have to if you let me know like when you're coming and where you are, I can just put you in there. It's only going to fit one person, but it should be enough. I think I remember how tall you were basically, and you can fit in there. I'll just have to pack some cabbages around you so you won't jostle around too much. Sometimes when the skeletons bring it back out, there have been a couple times where they dumped the box in lava by accident, but I'm sure that won't happen to you. And they'll just bring you back outside. It should be fine. Yeah.
It can only fit one person. It can't fit more.
Well, why would you need more? It's just you has to sign the contract, right?
Well, I did bring around. I mean, I am a apparently I am a performer in a musical, so I do have my secretary with me, and I also have my personal masseuse. and my guard and my jester.
What are you talking about? How did you get all these people in?
Because I'm a professional. This is what I do. The show must go on.
But I only saw you.
Well, of course they were on syndicated break. I am a
On
very
what?
fair and applicable employer. Very ethical.
Just dead telepathic silence reigns. I don't
Can you hear me?
understand.
Oh my god.
Okay. I am going to ask you to make another persuasion check. This is going to be at disadvantage unless chat wishes to compensate with an inspiration. So as I said, I had a suspicion there was another one that was going to be on the way. So,
Can you hear my... Hello? Would anybody like to
Martha, can you
inspire?
hear
Can you
me?
hear me?
I can redeem one, but I was checking to see if Prince Justin was gonna.
Is that even inspirable? It's
It is
inspirable enough to compensate for disadvantage. Prince Justin's done it. Thank you, Prince Justin.
Okay.
It's inspirable and it's inspired, might I add. Like, let's just call it
Well,
what
you're certainly
it is.
tap dancing.
Yes.
That's for sure.
So now you were doing this at a regular persuasion check, but this is not inspiration. So this is,
All right. Thank you, Prince Justin. Together we shall go to battle. Click on persuasion. Click on persuasion. Yes. Thank you.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank you.
The 24. And he says, all right. Well, how many other people then?
Well, I did list my masseuse, so that's one. So I have 4 other people should do.
Okay. 4. I guess I can try. I think I have enough that I can put everybody in there. I think. Okay. So I'm gonna have to just. I'll tell them. I'll just. Okay. Just wait there, wherever you are. And Cliff gets up, and he walks over to the skeletons, and he says, "Hey guys, I could really use your help. Hadriana told me about this, and Widmund is going to be really upset if we don't immediately go down and make sure that all of the barrels of food are secure. So if you could just follow me down," and he starts backing up, doing the tour guide thing. We're walking, this way. He's like, "If you could just go follow me." So they look at him for a minute, and then they start slowly following. He says, Thanks. Yeah, this won't take long. I'm just going to need you to just stay down here with these barrels, and then I'm going to come," and then he says, "back up so that I can make sure all of the crates of vegetables are secure. Secret agent man." And then he goes, so he walks down with them. And so he's down there for just a moment, and then he comes, like, rather comically tiptoeing back up this way, not accompanied by the guards. And he says in his mind, "Okay, I'm going to open up these crates. Now, they're not very big, but they ought to be big enough to fit 2. I've also got 2 more smaller crates. If there's any, is your masseuse small? Like a small masseuse? A tiny masseuse? Like Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer, that kind. Like that
No,
small."
I have a lot of knots, so I have actually a very big masseuse.
A big masseuse? What?
I better not be the masseuse.
The
Wait,
big,
no,
the big
no,
one is
Fred-
going to have to go in the big crate here, and that's
Okay.
going to be fitting for 1. And then you can put 2 medium people in this crate, and then you need someone who's small, like your guard. Why is your guard smaller than your masseuse? Never mind. Just bring them up here, and they can go in the small little
Equitable
crates.
employment, that's why.
Well, that's fair. People should be able to perform no matter what their size or. Yeah, okay, fine. So just come up here, and yeah. and bring them here. But make sure that they're really quiet, because I don't know how much longer those guys will be down there. They're not very smart, but they go back to what they're told to do really quickly.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Thank you. Can you I'm gonna move my team out from where they are the two, I'm just kind of peeking in here. Are the two skeletons still near the lava room, or are
I
they?
think so, because I think that this all would have taken about a minute, but it's not gonna. But past that minute, though, it's pretty much is like starting to die down now. So judging
Okay.
from past behavior, your guess is that it would be another 10 seconds or 15 seconds before they turned around and came back.
And how many minutes do I have left before the rope trick is over?
By now, you've been down there. You've been probably about 20 minutes left.
Okay. I am okay. I'm remembering what Nisiana said about her needing to find that outhouse agent. But I don't know how to pull that off and save my friends.
Oh,
Suddenly your mind you hear, "What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening. What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening."
Okay. Okay, how long do you think they're gonna stay looking at the food? I guess not that long, eh?
I don't. I mean, I'm going to go down, and then you hear this sort of clicking and clattering. He says, "Oh, crap! All right, just stay. Okay, hold on. And he turns around and comes back, and he says, "Guys, I understand, but they're not totally secure yet. Very, very important here. Like if that barrel falls, then Widmund is not, and And then his voice sort of dies off a little bit as he goes down, and the clacking stops. Apparently, the skeletons have stopped too.
It's just arugula. No one likes arugula.
This is a kale salad. It's trendy, but not good.
Okay, and then the other two are still looking there.
And now they turn, and you can see because the noises, so they're heading back this way now. And presumably, they don't seem to be like rushing back. As they get here, they turn back around.
Those two are a problem. Okay. Can I so he's still in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. So can I get past these two guards?
You will have to stealth your way past them. I know you're doing an advantage, but you are walking literally between them.
Yeah, I am. Okay. So I am going to stealth at advantage.
Okay.
Through them. This is fine. This is fine. Nobody's going to die.
Wasn't at advantage? Wait.
Yeah, because invisible.
No, I mean, I don't think. What's this program that we use called?
Roll20.
Thank you. That one. I think it's lagging for me.
Oh yeah, because it hasn't.
me too.
Not me too. Yeah, it hasn't gone off
Mhm.
yet. I thought you
Yeah,
were
me
like
too.
with this thing. I'm like, wait, what?
I was like, wait, that's
No,
a
it
24 on
didn't.
persuasion. That's not stealth.
No, it's I don't think it actually when I clicked on. Let me try to click on it again. It might come like 10 times now. Now, just to remind myself, Tantan, you said that did you need the full hour to get the bag of holding around that coffin or
Well, no,
Vampire.
vampire, not the coffin. The coffin's
vampire?
still
Yeah,
in the
sorry. Yeah.
thing. No, I only need about 40 minutes, so he's just about done.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna stealth pie. Did it go through?
That
It
time.
did that time.
Good thing that was at advantage.
Woof. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, actually. It would have been the 18 anyway.
18.
That's true.
So you are able to get past, although they are sort of like, they're moving like just past their moving blades as you go through. Okay.
Okay. And then there's no more lava here in this room?
Right. It's now just cooled magma.
Okie dokie. So, is Spanner still anything but melted?
The magma, so the lava has drained. There is some remaining magma, and you see some metal slag along with magma on the ground. If you had to guess, that's probably what's left of Spanner 2.0.
Okay. I will back away out of that. And I will hide here. And then I will take a trick out of Rowan's book. And I am going to throw what do I have that would be nice noise? That the thing in the middle, that's a big solid column, right? Like
Yes.
if I'm hiding behind it.
Yes.
Okay. I am Okay, I'm gonna also use minor illusion. Taking totally, so I'm gonna drop my invisibility. I'm hiding here. And then I am going to impersonate Widman's voice and have it shattering from within there,
From within
the room.
here?
Yeah, thereabouts, yeah. And have him called, guards, come to me.
Okay.
There's people who keep walking around, going in secret doors.
Tell you what, I want an Arcana check on this, please.
Okay. Am I doing something that's undoable here? Very possible.
It's
Oops, I did it.
stretching a little bit, but
Natural 20.
wow.
I really want to do this.
Yeah, clearly.
Or you really want to know that you shouldn't do this.
The Phantom of the Opera booming out. So you just hear this, guards, come quickly, like sounding exactly like Woodmond, actually. And so they immediately sort of turn and move swiftly up to the door and then open it and stare into the hallway for a moment. And then, do you say it again, Marimay? I won't make you do a second one.
If they hesitate, I will make them. I will say it again, like, come quickly, in here.
Okay, and they both finally enter the hallway.
Okay, I'm going to appear
They are not,
here.
by the way, destroyed in lava, chat, because that's not actually lava anymore.
But that would be fun.
Oh, hello, iSense. Thank you for the 300 cheer. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so now what, Mermaid?
Then I will pop up below where I know they are and just like, come on.
Okay, so you hear and see that, those of you in the rope trick room, which has about 15 minutes left to go.
And all right, put him in.
Shove.
Shove.
Specifically, who are we shoving?
The vampire.
Vampire.
Into the bag.
Now, question. How big is this bag? I know we were talking about this trend as a possibility, so I'm not saying no, but I just want to, like, how
wide is the
Yes, how wide's the opening, basically?
It is how big was it? 2.5 feet? I was talking about this with my housemate last night, and I didn't even get through the question. And he was like, hang on. And he goes to YouTube and pulls up this video of this guy who's like close to my size, right? And he's got like this 2-foot diameter circle that's being held. It's like a street magician or something.
Yeah.
And he's just got this thing and he just dives through it and never touches the sides. I'm like, okay.
Interesting. Okay.
But also Tangen's like, if you have any trouble getting him into them because his shoulders are wide, just rip his arms off.
Okay. Right. And of course, there's also
don't kill him. You can maim him, but you can't kill him.
there's also, I imagine, the issue of like speed of getting this done because someone is presumably holding him. So, all right, someone is holding the bag. Who is going to attempt to put the vampire?
I am,
into
because
this
it
bag
sounds
of
like something
holding?
that needs mostly strength.
Okay.
To shove him in there.
And
Okay.
it's going to kind of put the bag on the ground so it doesn't. It's not pushing
Well, I thought
against.
somebody was holding it open.
Well, I'm holding it open, but it's on the.
But on the
Yeah.
ground, which will make it a lot easier.
Okay, great. This is incidentally, I've just realized that what this is putting snow pants on a 7-year-old. I've done this myself, so I know exactly what this is like.
Except the vampire can't move. The vampire's
You know
not
what?
actively
Excuse
resisting
me,
you.
Excuse me.
My-
Nurse in
I
a trauma
mean-
ward knows how to put shit on people who don't want stuff on them.
Well, that's not.
I will help.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But it's also about like getting him in. Whether he's not resisting. It's more. Anyway,
Dead
all right.
weight, literally.
Yeah. Okay, so you all begin to put the vampire into this bag
Put
of
the
holding.
vampire into the bag of holding.
Okay,
Yes.
so Larian, I need a I'm going to need a strength check from you.
Let's see. Where'd my character go? He disappeared. What the hell? Oh, can I restart it? Hang on. Give me a second.
While this is happening,
Yes,
I turn to Tanton and go, idle question. What happens to living matter if they get in that bag?
You have about
Like
10
if
minutes.
I decided to.
You have about 10 minutes before you asphyxiate. Then we have to open the bag to let more air in.
Not a saving throw. This is a strength check, correct?
Strength check, yes. Imagine the vampire waking up from this. Well, the vampire would probably be like, "Oh, it's darkness. I'm used to that." And then they're like, "Wait, this feels like a different darkness."
The
That's a
vampire
20.
does not have to breathe.
Wow.
It's okay.
Wow.
Pull him around on
Clearly
the fingers a little bit, slam dunk him into the bag.
Clearly the gods, clearly the dice gods were like, yes.
Yes, the chat is like, oh, nothing but net.
This is just ridiculous enough that the dice are like, okay, I'll let this happen.
So you ram the vampire into the bag of holding, which has been constructed, rebuilt by Tanton, inside a rope trick. I just want to be clear, whilst Merime is preparing an exit with the chef based upon signing a contract, naming you as a personal masseuse, guard, and general entourage. I want to be clear that that's what we have in front of us.
By the way, the musical doesn't exist, right? It's a very non-existent musical. I'm just saying.
Listen, I don't know what's going to be necessary to be convincing, but if the King's Citadel has to start putting
If
on...
at some point in the future Mermaid does have to write a libretto,
this
that's where
feels
we are.
Beetlejuice adjacent.
We can do a riff on Young Frankenstein. We'll call it, Young Starforged.
Young Starforged.
I will do the If You're Blue, on the wrist.
Walk this way,
Exactly, yes.
All right. So, all right. You do all of that. You do all of that.
It's much easier to carry the vampire now. That's fantastic.
No, it's true. And now you do that. You probably have about 10 minutes left on this rope trick, I would say, which means that as you are, so you can put this thing. It's done. So now what?
So next question. So the two skeletal warriors have gone into the now not magma room.
They
correct?
had. But as you look down, they are exiting again, since it did take slightly longer than a minute or two to ram a vampire into a bag of holding. So,
right.
Even with the natural 20?
The natural 20, Nisiana, is what allowed the vampire to be rammed into a bag of holding.
Okay.
I'm going to write that down on accomplishments of Valerian.
As they come out, I kind of go around them.
Okay, that's fine.
Wait.
Right. That's fair. Yeah,
well, wait. So hold on. Illyrian wants to look closely at the door. The door rises up. Does it slide into the wall? Does it rise up into the ceiling? How does it actually open?
You mean
We've
the
seen it
door
open enough times?
The door to the chamber? No, it's
Yes.
just a pull open door and close door. It does, however, latch, like when it's closed, it's a type of thing. So
Latch on our side?
The latch is on your side, yes.
So there's no latch on the other side.
Well, you don't know. It's probably internal is the thing, because it's a double-sided door. It's a thick door. You can even tell that there. And presumably the mechanism is designed to hold it shut and closed when the lava is pouring out on the other side of it.
So, I mean, on one hand, yes. On the other hand, when we went to open the door on the other side, I would think we had to open a latch to see if it actually opened, correct? We ran up past the lava.
So to be clear, there's a handle on both sides, if that's what you're asking. A latch, though, like in terms of a locking mechanism, that's why I'm hesitating.
it's a little thumbprinty thing. You clink and open it up that way.
A bigger one, though. But yes, I mean, like that's the basic idea. Yeah.
Oh, because it was my understanding earlier that we couldn't latch it from what you'd said.
No. It's fine. It's fine. What are you saying? It's fine.
No. But
how big?
That's right. You couldn't lock it from that side.
Right.
It had to be locked separately through a mechanism, presumably that is on the coffin. But you could definitely, yeah. So that's definitely true.
Is it correct where it's like a thumb latch and a handle?
Yes, that's right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then the thumb latch has space between the handle and itself, like an inch, maybe 2 inches. Right.
Yeah.
The intent that I need a 2-inch piece of metal.
a particular type of metal that you need. I have a vast
Something
variety.
hard, not something that will not break. It must go between two things and stick there so you can't open a door.
Oh, well then, here. And he just produces one of the many pieces of scrap metal that he has.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Marame, you suddenly hear in your head, "When wilt thou free the people? Oh Lord." Apparently he's
So,
getting anxious.
Marame, get those two soldiers back down the hall to the vampire in the room, please.
Well, I don't.
We're gonna go in like
hold
1
on,
minute.
hold up. You are not in contact with Marame. Marame, you were inside a rope trick. Marame is outside of a rope trick. Marame is in telepathic contact with the chef with whom she's exchanging musical numbers. That's how this is working. So
right.
you are not able to just say, "Hey, do that."
Arv, if I move over to this corner, it looks like I could stick my head out without being seen by the guards because this is a blind corner right here.
I would say, yeah, it's unlikely. They will get a perception check, but it's unlikely they'll see you, yes.
Okay, I will stick my head out enough to get her attention. Where she is.
Okay.
And then tap my temple to establish the contact.
No, it has to be a parietal lobe. You have to stick the back of your head out of the... Never mind.
You're half a head sticking out of the ceiling.
Yeah.
You hear her laughter in your head.
Okay, now that we've established contact, and I tell her we need you to get them back into the lava room.
One of these sort of takes a few steps forward and looks in your general direction, Alarian.
I get the thought off, I pull my head back into the rope trick room.
They stand staring. This one stands staring at the door.
I am going to
Twiddle.
go for, I feel in my heart like I can only do Widman's voice so often, so I'm going to do some footsteps running back down like there was someone there and suddenly he's running back into the room with minor illusion. Tuk, 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 tuk.
Okay.
Hey guys, I found another door!
This place is like a fun house. It's amazing.
So you're actually assisted here a little bit by the fact that one of them is basically already pre-inclined to believe that something was there already. So goes this way. This one goes this way to follow. And they're now, again, door open. And they're now looking into the hallway again.
I will make noise like, as far as I can safely I'll have to peek around though. Because I think...
They stare extremely intently.
Yeah, I'll do like a little cling noise in the room.
You've never seen such intense staring.
Cling.
They are definitely not turned around at the moment.
They are definitely not turned around at the moment. Well, we can't all stealth past them. I've seen our group. Except like, and then I'll have Widman again, because that's the one thing that worked. I'll do an impersonation again saying, but whisper low like raw so that it's like easier to impersonate, like, and maybe sultry.
Sultry?
Mm-mm,
I
am holding you back all the jokes that I want to make.
I would like a performance check, please.
I would very much like to inspire this performance.
Yeah. I imagine. I imagine you would.
I just want to say these are skeletons. A joke makes itself, but I'm not going to say it aloud.
Right?
Obviously, you and the
Need
trend
to
are on the
say
same
it.
track there, yeah.
You don't need to say it. It's are you inspiring me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm gonna blow through all our inspirations doing stupid shit. Thank you. I appreciate it.
There, I have inspired Mary May.
Oh God, you ruined it. No, thank you.
Or made it better.
Or made it better.
Oh God. Has
All
anyone
right.
in Salvation ever called you that? I feel like you get that a lot in Salvation.
You will talk about pronunciation.
You're the lady that sells all them cosmetics, ain't you? No, that's Mary Kay. It's a totally different thing. It's.
Look,
I mean, we
you're
can-
getting. Look, Greg left.
That's what I'm saying. He's gone. We can make all the jokes we want. Yeah.
We broke him
Yeah.
again. So I got a natural 20 on my performance.
Yeah, I can see it right here.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We accidentally deleted it, but we did see it. Natural 20.
Yeah. Mhm.
Wow.
It was here. You all saw it. It did happen.
Everyone, everyone just clap on how great I did on the natural 20. Yay! We'll just
Where did our DM go?
I don't
He's
know.
right there. I mean, you can see the waist of his jeans there.
yeah.
Oh,
We're
okay.
talking to his
If it
kid.
weren't for his t-shirt, I wouldn't know whether he was frozen or not.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, me either. Oh,
He's
wait, there's
still
the big.
moving
Okay,
a
there he
bit.
is. All right.
Sorry about that. I was.
I usually
And
wait for-
that's
I
how
usually
we
wait
got
for-
out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
sure.
So, all right, on the way.
Oh.
We're out of the temple. It's
So
all good.
Mary May
Ah.
did get a natural 20, and then we accidentally deleted it from the thing.
Yeah.
But it did
Yeah.
happen.
But you can
I-
totally trust us.
I'm pressing X to doubt. I don't.
Fine, I'll
Dare.
But I
How
give.
dare?
But she rolled a natural 20.
Yeah, she come on.
No, I
So
mean,
There's two natural 20s in a row. Why not go for a third one?
Yeah.
That's why it happened.
That's the dealer.
That's how statistic works.
Well,
Also,
no,
hi,
it's just
Tim
look,
Cooler.
roll 20 glitch. That's why it's not there. Definitely,
Yeah.
absolutely, positively was there while you were gone. It's just not there while you're back. But that means nothing.
That's what you
Absolutely
get for
nothing.
talking to your
Yeah.
children.
You're quite right
Exactly.
that it means absolutely nothing.
Or
So I'd
house
like to see
robber.
that now.
Or house robber.
I
If
was-
you're in danger and need us to call 911, just say, I don't believe you about the natural 20.
Listen, I am filled with pride that my 16-year-old has successfully put my 7-year-old to bed, and she did a great job with that. So she was
Aw.
explaining to me how she was really proud of him and all this stuff, and so I'm extremely proud of that. I, however, do not. It is important that I see, that I witness, if you will, the greatness of this party as it proceeds to make the performance check at advantage that I have no doubt will work properly. Also, hello to Tim Coolish. Good to see you.
Hi, Tim Coolish. Okay, so I feel like you just said that you believed your 16-year-old more than your, very mature players.
That is accurate. My very mature players have just shoved a vampire into a bag of holding, so I think.
If you ever want to go to CanCon again, I'm just saying.
Yeah. How
Wow.
much you like the best con in Canada, Greg? How much
that's
do you
true.
like it?
Oh no!
Wait, did I miss the roll? Because I can see a natural 20 right there. Am I not?
That is a
seeing it correctly?
natural 20 strength roll. Before that was a natural
That was
20
my
Arcana
vampire
roll.
jamming in the bag roll.
What we have
Oh.
not yet had is the roll to end all rolls, apparently, which is this.
The awesome might of her performance.
Right.
All right,
Yeah.
2 natural 20s in one go.
That was very close.
So close.
It was very close. That would have been fun. Anyway, all right. So you, and basically, what does
Thank you,
Woodman?
Trent.
What do you have Woodman say at that time?
Oh,
In a sultry
Get
whisper.
in here, you fools!
Sultry-
Well, that was right, sultry whisper. So was it one of those like, I'm never gonna dance again, guilty feet type of thing?
I'm sure somebody's got a bone to pick with you, but that's,
Yes, I
I'm
was
just
wondering.
saying.
All right, so they
You're killing Brandon. John.
moved
Stop it.
moved by the sultry whispers. They of apparently
Well,
of
see,
their
he
plots.
wouldn't. He wouldn't. It could be. It could be careless whispers too. You know.
I just
Okay.
they
I
just
figured Brandon would appreciate the sneak attack from the side.
Oh my
usually,
God.
It's usually I'm doing this.
yeah they just walk in. Okay, so they walk into the room.
willingly
Okay.
and
now when they get-
consensually.
when they down
Yes,
there,
willingly.
I drop the rope, drop down, close the door, and jam the 2-inch piece of metal between the latch and the handle. So now
Okay.
it cannot be opened.
Okay, they felt that one to their marrow. All right, right. So they
Oh.
they come they come back. That's okay. So yeah, you don't know what
Here
happens
I
yet,
am.
but you
Here I am.
slam that in. It does
So,
make
yes.
this sort of
Well,
you know noise.
Ring or whatever. Yeah,
And
yeah.
then-
I guess I wasn't too. Maybe I wasn't trying to stealth the door closed. To be perfectly honest,
And then you hear the
they're gonna hear it. Yeah.
Okay, let's go quickly. I've got it out. Let's go. I link
Okay.
everyone in together
Let's
telepathically.
go.
All right, I'm going to move
Wave
you all
motioning
back
everyone
out
down.
here.
Time to move.
All
There you
right, go down.
And then
I
I
am
just
guarding the door, so I will be the last person out.
Okay. All right. So as you come back, Cliff is just walking up, and he stops dead as he sees you now not invisible anymore, Marime, and then
Thanks,
sees
Cliff.
next to you Tanton, and then sees behind Tanton Rowan, and then his eyes widen a bit as he sees not just Nisiana, and in fact, Nisiana, you might be inclined to think like he's sort of, for some reason, is going wide-eyed at you, but you think it's more likely that it is the figure floating behind you, which is Alarian bringing up the rear.
I am not that. I mean, I know.
Okay, and then I tell all of them like, be quiet. There are guards not far, like telepathically, and I ping Cliff and I say, the big one's my masseuse, right?
And so Cliff is like, I didn't know that they really. Okay. Wow. Yes. Okay. They're down still looking at barrels, but they won't last long. So, boy, he's a big one. They're a big one. All right. Just follow me. You're up. So, Cliff brings you up, and brings you first to this left one. And Alarian opens the crate. Now,
everyone go.
Yep. So he brings everyone to their various spots. So Nisiana is going to put you over in this one. He seems relieved that you do seem to be the appropriate size for this one. You are placed in with a bunch of heads of lettuce, and so he kind of he sort of arranges them around your body. He's like, okay, that should he says quietly, okay, that hopefully will help cushion things. Try not to shift around too much, because if they knock open the crate, then they'll see you. Also, good job guarding. And then kind of closes the
I'm like, good job guarding.
Good job guarding.
Merime. I'm
Yes.
the guard.
You're the guard.
Well, you're not the masseuse.
Yeah.
I thought it was the secretary, but okay.
Oh,
Alarian
that's
is
true.
my mas-
Yeah, that's true. Who's the secretary? I guess that would be Rowan. Would be the secretary.
The secretary
No,
is
Rowan-
no Tenton, obviously.
Oh, Tanton's the secretary, right?
Rowan is the
Obviously.
jester.
Oh,
That was
Rowan's
very
the
clearly
I
Rowan.
forgot about the jester. Yes. All right. So, Nisiana, why don't you put yourself over here, please?
All right. What's up with the little heart? I can't remember what that was.
I think that was your aura of life, which I'll get rid of now.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay.
You don't deserve it anymore.
Oh,
Well, your beacon is.
Yeah, you're
I
owner
know,
of
but you
owner of
did
a
it in
former
such
heart.
a malicious manner.
Okay, so there's that. Now we have this one available, and so this is going to be now. Whoever's going to have to climb into this is probably got to be Rowan, you would think, or maybe Tanton. Whoever's going to be in there is not going to be super comfortable. I'm just letting you know that right now. And Alarian has no shot of fitting in that.
What's in it?
At the moment, tomatoes. A lot of tomatoes.
Ooh, tomato sauce.
Gonna make some sauce.
Delicious, delicious.
Probably artisan tomatoes.
Guys can
Oh, if they're artisanal,
rock
then I'll get in. Definitely.
scissors it, but someone's got to get in the box.
Okay.
I'll get in that box.
All right. So Tanton, you have to literally, and you hear all this like he's like, Cliff says, "All right, I tried to cushion things," and you're like, and you can feel the seeping of the tomato just now, as you're sort of getting in there. He says,
Into my leather armor. Yeah.
around. He's just like into it
That's
around
gonna be
it.
delightful.
Yeah.
smelling.
He's like,
Yep.
and he says, okay, this should be fine. Worst comes to worst, they'll see things dripping out. They'll assume it's blood. There's been a lot of it around here. Okay, it's fine. And then and closes the crate on you. And then he looks at you, Rowan, and you, Merime, and he says, okay, so for the two of you, you're going to have to fit together somehow in this. And he lifts open the crate, and in the crate is basically two containers, and he sort of pulls one out so that there's only one remaining, like, divider, I should say, so that there's only one remaining divider. And it seems to be two...
Vinegar and baking soda.
No. Two white substances, and you realize that it must be flour and sugar. And
Yes.
so
This is how I go.
Yep. So he puts you're both going to have to fit. Now you're going to have to, like, I don't know, spoon or go lengthwise. There's going to have to be a way to fit in both of you, but
They're cooking ingredients. Spoons work. You go with ladles. You could measuring cup. Whatever.
And so you do this, and you sort of he you do this, and he's actually able to. He says, "Okay, now I could cover over." This episode is ketchup seepage. Yeah, exactly, approximately. He said, "No, I could cover you over, so that neither of you would be able to be seen. But it also means you'd be covered with flour and sugar, like your faces, also."
I think I need to breathe, but thank you. Good
That's
thinking.
a good thought. Okay, yeah, I suppose you do need to breathe.
I've been in containers of worse substances. This is fine.
Okay. And so he closes that
But
down.
not in better company.
He says, "Now make sure it doesn't for any reason fall, because maybe the flour something might start rising. It would, and then you'd come out of the thing like a piece of bread. It would be bad." And he closes the crate. And then the last one he opens, and he looks up at you, Larry, and he says,
I look down at him.
"So this one is I'm sorry, but this is the only one that we had left." And he opens it up, and inside you see what can only be described as a number of pounds of chopped meat.
Very well. Climb in, and I'm just going to pulverize that. Yeah. And so I look back at him. But before he closes the door, I look back at him and say, "How are we being moved?"
He says, I'm going to get all of them to pick you up and lift you out and bring you out, just like they bring these crates in. Usually it's not as heavy as what it's going to be with you. I'm trying to think that through. Think positively." And he goes, and closes closes the
I'm going inside
crate
the crate. Exactly.
Also, hi, Drew. So he says, "Okay, so now," and then he says, "All right, guys, you did a great job. I see that you're coming back," and you can hear this clacking sound. He says, "All right, I see you've come back. That's great. So I need now, so I heard from Widman himself that you got to be taken out. You got to take out these crates of food, because that's what they are, is crates of food. These crates of food have to be taken out, because if we don't take them out, they might spoil eventually." And there's this dead silence, and of course you can't see the reaction. He says, "Okay, now you're probably going to need to get some more. Yep, so I'm just going to go get the others." And then he goes in, "Hey guys, I'm going to need more over here to help bring out these crates of food, because that's what they are." And you can hear like his voice echoing about the food. And eventually you hear the sound of a number of clattering and clacking sounds as of bones moving. And he says, "All right, good. Yeah, so this one, and those two. All right, now lift." Yeah, you got it. And Larry, the one that you're in, you can feel like is starting to like gradually be lifted. He's like, "No, wait a minute. Now, Widman made you really strong. Come on, you're Emerald Claw soldiers. This is come on, fortune favors the brave." Then he starts singing, "Ho, ho, ho, fortune favors the brave." And he starts singing a song out of some
I break into a solo
piece.
with him now.
From inside the crate. So he like lifts this up
I
and like
immediately take a fistful of flour and shove it in your mouth.
fortune and he pulls this out. Yeah, like the cheer of fortune. And so, Alarian, yours sort of lists like alarmingly, but then
Someone is
eventually
not pulling their
stabilizes.
weight. Thank you very much.
And he says, all right, they're not. They're pulling your weight on top of it. He says, "All right, let's pull it out there." He's like, "We could do this. Just okay. I'm just gonna follow, and you're gonna follow me out. Okay. Now you pick up these other ones, and all of you feel yours being picked up. Marimay and Rowan, when yours get picked up, it's also clearly a little difficult for them to be picking this up." He says, I know. It's like really, this is food. It's very dense. It's very dense food. That's why it has to be taken out. They spoil faster. Don't look at me like that. Just turn around and go, like, follow me." And so he starts talking, and you then hear, you feel the feeling of this sort of rolling back and forth as the crates are lifted and carried, and you can hear in front Cliff leading the way. And eventually, after about maybe a few minutes or so of this, he says, all right, now we're going to have to go through the room and then over the bridge. But we could do this together. And there's a pause and then, let's get down to business. And yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. Just as they pick us up,
Yes.
and I'm kind of just feeling my way, like as we're, just a few feet aside, and I know that we're kind of near where those two skeletons were guarding that place right here that we didn't go there.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm guesstimating, so it's not going to be exact. I'll let you decide. I'm going to whisper
Okay.
in the crate, like, because it's loud. There's like, people are moving. I'm going to whisper the name Lil Jarasco,
Okay.
and I'm going to cast level 6 Rolithan's Psychic Lance.
Okay. Remind me.
So, it's a shimmering lance of psychic power.
I got it. Roltham Psychic Lance, yeah.
Yeah, and she has to make an intelligence saving throw, 76 on the failed save, psychic damage, and is incapacitated. On a successful save, half as much damage. I'm basically hoping to kill her before we leave.
Okay.
The mission parameters were very clear for my sister.
How
Do you want to do this? No, that's the wrong show.
how do you want to do this? I think I've already made that clear. What's the range on this?
120 feet. So I'm not sure I'm close enough. I'm taking a shot in the dark, literally. Flowery dark. You know in what? In the dark tide, Gregory.
You might be on the sugary side.
On the sugary side of the dark tide of molasses.
Truly the flower of the king's.
That a shot through the heart is shot in the dark.
Conversation
But is she too late?
Yeah, Merime's logic right now is that Nisiana was said that if she was turned, it was bad. And if she was being tortured and had information that could damage them all, and that includes Nisiana.
Yep.
So it is since they can't save her and don't know if she's even turned, then I'm gonna try to kill
really
her.
Make much of an effort to try, to be completely honest.
Well, it's been a busy day, John.
This is true.
When you
and now we're being smuggled out in produce and meat.
So when you say this, you whisper this, and you hear this keening cry suddenly cut short.
Oh.
And Cliff says, "Oh, what was that?" And there's a pause. He said, "Well, never mind. I mean, there's a guard up there. They'll figure it out. Let them go deal with it. We've got our food to remove here." And as you hear the sound of a door, or in fact, maybe an iron barred door being unlocked and pulled open, while your crates are continuing to be moved along, we are going to take we are going to take our break in an exceedingly entertaining session so far of Eberron Oracle of War, My Undying Heart. We will see whether or not the party can get the rest of the way out with their vampire in a bag of holding. Yes, Trent, you
and to since I didn't say hello earlier, to live doing hello Fox, and to Thordex Mommy, hello whatever you are. I can't remember what it's just dragon. I mean, Thordex Mommy would be never mind. Let's go to break.
And also hi to Cyrus Red Wolf. Good to see everybody here.
Cyrus, holy shit! Hey,
good to see everybody. This has been really entertaining. Stick around with us. It's 10 o'clock. We'll be back at 10:10. You can join us there. Please follow all the things. If you like this channel, if you like what this game is, please let us know by following, by supporting the Patreon, by subscribing, and support all of these people by supporting the amazing Trent Sparks, by supporting the amazing Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and of course Brandon O'Brien. Infinity and Beyond. We'll be back to you folks in just a moment. So go hydrate, take a break, and we'll be back in just a bit. Hold tight. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are here and ready to go, and the extremely entertaining, as I said, crew is back with us, and everything is going just right according to plan. I think it's fair to say everything is.
We're cooking along.
Yeah, no problems. Yeah, exactly. When you think about let them cook. This is a different version, I think, of what might be expected. Anyway, but you were watching,
especially since we're in crates of ingredients.
That's true. Yes, this is it's evil ridiculous is the way to put it, Echo.
This is also the specific moment where like something that I heard in a Twitch stream once actually becomes relevant, which is there is a fine line between cooking and being cooked.
Yes. Very, very true. It is very true. I am excited to see how things play out. We will be playing here for just over about 45 minutes or so, chat, as we continue with day 54 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War, My Undying Heart, Part 6. And as a reminder, for those of you who don't know, this is part of a 20-part campaign. This is actually Season 4, and after the conclusion of this, we will be midway through Season 4. In fact, I think we'll actually be two-thirds of the way, I believe. I think there's only 3 parts in Season 4, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll see. And I'll talk about, if they get through this, what the next part of the campaign is called. But that's if they get through this, and we'll find that out. But in the meantime... Oh, wait, let me check. Zed has took a work-in-progress shot of tonight's miniatures work to help inspire the painting. All right, let's see what we got. Zed is our resident miniatures painter.
Oh, that's awesome.
Ooh, look at that.
Is that a tiefling?
Oh. Yeah.
That
holding
kind
a
of
frying pan?
Well, see, there's a tiefling in the We Blend game that Sean played by Sean McGuire, who bakes frickin' everything. And basically it's Carrie as a tiefling.
Carrie is kind of a tiefling, if I'm honest.
She doesn't want to talk to anybody. She wants to bake, and she's very, very good at it. And I'm like, that looks like Kelpie from the My We Blend game. So well done.
Very, very cool. That's cool.
That's very nice.
I misread that as that's a Kelpie. And I'm like, that is not what a Kelpie looks like.
No, actually, a Kelpie.
As in Kelpie from the We Blend game, Zed?
It is indeed Kelpie.
That's amazing. I have to send her this picture. I have to do it right now.
That the painting is going very well, that you would recognize it on something.
Yeah, seriously.
I had no idea.
Wow, that's good stuff. Thank you. Well, thank you for sharing that, Zed. That's awesome. I'm glad. You also mentioned, Trent, I don't know if you saw that, but during the arugula joke, made him almost screw up a line on the miniature he's painting because he started laughing so hard. He was like, anyway. Okay, so the party, the King's Citadel, is being brought out in crates, apparently. And so far has also managed to Merime used a psychic lance on the Leal de Durasco, taking a guess that it was in the general vicinity of where Leal de Durasco was, which, if it hit, or actually even if it didn't hit, would still do some kind of damage. And the keening cry cut short that I made reference to may suggest something about the success of that one way or the other. But in any case, that is something only known to Merime thus far. We'll talk more about what the impact of that might be later on when we get there. But in the meantime, so the party, as the party is being brought along, and those of you who are going through this, so Alarian, you have the uncomfortable sensation of just, very soft. I mean, this very, very, very soft, comfortable thing that you're riding in, so to speak. Just sort of squishy.
Good thing I don't smell things very well.
Yeah, that type of thing. And
worse.
There is occasional, and you can tell there is sort of there's no groaning or anything like that, when you would not expect that coming from skeletons. But there definitely are a couple times where you can feel the crate sort of tilting, in one direction, not very, pleasantly, and then it tilts back the other direction, and this is pushing it, basically.
Is it rude for me to actually want them to drop the box so it breaks and I can just wail the piss out of them? Because that's really what I want to happen.
Well, I mean, if that ends up happening, you'd have all the other ones that would be right there that you'd have to wail the piss out of also. But it's conceivable. I mean, like, it's up to you. Certainly, it would not take much for you to overbalance it.
Oh, no.
Started,
This would have to be from outside forces. I'm doing my part to be as still as possible.
I got you. So we've got that. Meanwhile, Marame and Rowan, other than sort of, like Rowan's head at one point bangs into, your back, Marame, and like, your sort of foot like slams into Rowan's knee uncomfortably and so on. That the whole thing is not designed, super great. Although at the very least, you also are having some difficulty. You have to breathe carefully so as not to breathe in the granular products of flour and sugar. But at the least it doesn't smell bad, for the most part. And you have been cushioned from being, running into like the wooden like sides of the crate or whatever. You also sometimes have this feeling that the thing is shifting like left or right uncomfortably, but so far you are remaining up. Nisiana, you on the other hand have been a little bit more bruised than one might expect, which is probably the experience of having heads of lettuce bang into you in various places. Despite Cliff's claim that he did the best he could to sort of, balance it out and everything, you're not sure that Cliff is really into the, clandestine transport of halflings in lettuce boxes. And so did not really, it could have been done better. So
I understand how hard heads of lettuce are. I used to grow them, and yeah, she's probably one giant bruise at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And then last but not least, Tantin, you don't have any of the, that experience. There is sort of this general trickling sensation that's gradually
increasing levels of gazpacho.
Yeah. You're just like, it very much is. It's salsa of a particular kind, and that's that. Yes, that's going along. Nonetheless, though, everyone is apparently doing fine. And you
in the telepathic link, Ilarion, now you actually understand what it's like for the rest of us to be surrounded by a meat suit.
I don't know how you stand it.
It's mostly because we don't hear the wet sounds.
So you then are conscious of, all of you, probably about 10 minutes or so, you are conscious of a sound. Let me see if I can... this sound of what sounds like sort of crackling and shifting, and you feel an uncomfortable heat. And if you had to guess, you would suspect that you're now in the lava room. And then there's sort of the crates come to a halt, and Cliff says, well,
this bridge is gone.
No, he doesn't actually say that. He says, I guess, well, I know that they put this in here just to get, did you all come this way? And then well, you're not going to tell me. You can't talk, right? Well, I assume you came over this way. They must have put this back in place when they were bringing people over. Well, it's probably strong enough. And he says, for this food, but just in case, I hope that if something fell, that the crate wouldn't tip over so that whatever was inside could get out. That would be, and then he leans down close to Ilarion's chest. Terrible, practically right next to it. And then you were brought over. Now, Ilarion, as your crate is brought forward, you hear this, like this horrible creaking sound, and then this like cracking sound, and you feel the crate sort of sinking a little bit, and you hear Cliff's voice. It'll be fine. Just keep coming. It's supposed to bow in the middle like that. Just keep coming up this way, and then you feel the crate tilting upwards, like you're being like brought up now onto this thing, and then you find yourself on top of apparently a pillar, because you're on the stone pillar, and then again, and then again you feel the crate
That
tilting
long one
down.
is what I'm concerned about.
Right.
Quite honest.
And so he's like, going across, and then the crate's slightly shifting left and right as if the entire. And Cliff's like, I'm sure this is fine. And now it does sound like the guy from The Simpsons. It's just like, it'll be okay. Gets up there, and then you were again brought up onto the pillar, and then down the other side and up. And finally he says, okay, great. All right, we made it. All right, now we just have to do the other ones. All right, so we want to do this one at a time. So he comes back, and you heard this directly, Larry, and the rest of you heard this voice distantly. Then the next one to go over is Maramé and Rowan. And so Maramé and Rowan, you hear the similar thing to what I've explained. At one point, Maramé and Rowan, you feel the crate beginning to tip more and more and more to one side. Now, the side that it is Maramé, you are sort of leaning, you are heading down towards the bottom. Like you're at the lower end of this as it's tilting. Rowan, you're at the higher end. So my question is, do you want to do anything about this? Because Maramé, you can start to hear a tss, and you think some of the flour and sugar is maybe starting to tip out of the edge of the, sort of through the lid to the crate and the wall of the crate. So do either of you want to do anything about this as you're being, lugged along?
Do either of us sense that one of the sides of this crate is becoming uneven as a result?
Maramé's side.
So yes.
Which is right, which is a lengthwise side, obviously, right? Like it's not the narrow end, it's the wide end, and it's the end. It's the side on which the lid closes, so the lid opens on that side. And Maramé, you can feel yourself kind of being like, you could feel the weight of Rowan plus a bunch of flour and sugar starting to weigh more on you as it tilts.
I very, very, as gradually as I can while being moved in a crate.
Yeah.
I start leaning towards Maramé in the crate.
Towards Maramé.
Or away from me to balance it the other way.
If the flour is falling out of your side, then your side is going to start feeling lighter. So I'm trying to balance it out by leaning towards you.
The crate is tipping, though, in Maramé's direction, just so you know, like at the moment.
Oh, then I'm leaning away.
Like, that's why the flour's coming out. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm here for it. I just want to make sure I know what we're doing. Okay. So I would like you to make a dexterity check for me, please, Rowan.
I suddenly freak out and think I'm in a boat, and I start bailing, throwing flour.
I mean, I can try to move a bit that way too, but I think I'm not in a good position if I'm like in the flour and then.
If you can throw the flour out and aerate it enough, you can create a fireball spell with it.
What stupid things can I do at this moment?
I'm sure it'll be fine. We're not going to be flambéed cupcakes.
Right. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna make the dex roll. You said dex
or acrobatics.
You're not saving throw.
Not a saving throw. No, this is check, and I would take acrobatics if you had it. If not, just a regular dex check.
Acrobatics.
I mean, my acrobatics is better. I'm gonna make the acrobatics.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
There is one inspiration redeem left for Echo.
Too late now.
13. I'm gonna spend 2 sorcery points very immediately.
Okay.
My last 2 sorcery points.
Don't forget, by the way, that people have hero points. Don't forget about these for those of you who have them.
Yeah, you can use your hero point.
So I spend those 2 sorcery points to bend luck. So I'm gonna roll 1d4.
Okay.
2, so that becomes 15.
15. So you do, and you. So there's a moment of like panic where, and then it starts to lean back. Okay, Echo, you've got our other you got our other inspiration for the month from the Arvanaut points. So good job on that, Echo.
But you do not need to use their hurry.
Don't use it yet.
Keep
but
that in your back
it's
pocket
coming
if
yet.
something explodes.
Seriously. So so it does sort of, and you hear that like stop as the flour and sugar stop pouring out. Marame, you feel the weight lessen, and now you're back sort of on, relatively speaking, even ground. One thing that's nice is that
burning cinnamon toast.
Yes, it exactly. It actually did distract you from a little bit of the as you were like, coming over the bridge type of thing.
Imminent death does that.
Yes. So you did manage to get you go with the bridges in the ways I've described. And then Cliff says, all right, so come back and help me with these. And you feel this thunk as you're put down. And Larian, you feel something like thunk against the side of your crate. Possibly another crate. Okay. Nisiana, yours, you'll be happy to know, is considerably easier. You don't get anywhere near this much, although because it seems much easier. Says, all right, well, we're going to do this fast. Yours is picked up, and so they kind of double time, like over the bridge, which is fine, except like as the lettuce is like just like all the way across. No danger of it flipping open, but oh boy,
you're living in a pachinko machine.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm aware. I know what it feels like.
That sequence in The Hobbit where like they pack the dwarves in with the apples. Like it's like that, but heads of lettuce, and so
so slightly bigger bruises rather than smaller pointed bruises.
Precisely, large, wide area bruises. So you get to the other side, and then they say, all right, now just this last one. And again, there is this feeling of, so Marame and Rowan and Alarian, you both hear a, and the top of your crate sort of not bow in, but like sort of make this thunk sound, this thunk. And Nisiana, you feel the thing as your crate is apparently lowered onto, not very gently, onto the two crates below. Which leads Tanton's. Tanton, when they come over to get yours, and Cliff says, all right, pick them up. Yeah, exactly. You die instantly. No. They pick up your crate. You can feel, you've been carried the whole time. And as you're across, there's this, and then you hear this, like a snapping sound. And Cliff's like, all right, wait. And as that snapping sound happens, Tanton, for a moment, you have this terrible sound or this terrible sensation of the thing tilting, like, yeah, exactly. And your body, like, and you hear this horrible squish, and you have a lot of tomato. There's a lot of tomato in your future, is what I'm saying. So Cliff says,
no brain, shut up.
I don't even want to know if I want to know what that is.
I'm going to have to cast pesto digitation when I get out.
That's quality work. That's quality work.
I don't see any pine nuts in your crate at all, sir.
That was so bad.
We're gonna have to pasta beyond this. We're gonna.
Oh God!
Stay saucy, Trent. Stay saucy.
Stay saucy.
Y'all are my friends. That's the only reason I put up with these.
I was gonna say, Brandon's not mad, just disappointed. Like, just really, really deeply disappointed. Oh man. So anyway, so a Cliff comes and says, "Well, be careful. Look, there's you don't want to look. There's already." And you hear him start to say, that might be blue, and then stops and says, blood tomato sauce there, tomato sauce. And then you hear Tanton right near, that's just tomato sauce, I'm sure. And then silence for a minute, or for a second. And then he says, I really hope that was just tomato sauce. And then comes up and says, all right, lift it back up. And they walk you back up very carefully, and you notice that they seems like they're moving slowly as if they're shuffling. And he says, all right, that's good. They'll have to fix that other half of the bridge later. As he gets up and then brings you over and brings you back over to the other end and says, all right, we did it, we're good. All right, now we just have to get through. All right, so we're going to go through here, and then brings you into what is presumably the next room. So despite being bruised and tomatoed and numerous other things, everyone seems to be doing fine, and Cliff says, all right, okay, so we've just got when you hear, what exactly are you doing? And you hear a familiar voice from the other side. I'm going to bring you to the map where you can now find yourselves.
We're going out the front door?
Did we really go out the front door?
Oh yeah,
Jesus.
that's where we were headed. There was, yeah.
Yep.
I don't understand how we got past the broken bridge, but okay.
That was the.
Yeah, that was all the.
Presumably, there must have been something that repaired it enough for them to
I
get
guess,
over.
yeah,
Ilarion.
yeah.
The good news, by the way, is that the donging bell has stopped, so that's a nice
thank
change.
goodness.
But you hear this sound, and then Cliff says, Hadriana, I was just bringing these crates out because they need to go out there because they'll go bad. And she says, what exactly would go bad, Cliff? The food in the crates. You realize that we've been in lockdown, don't you? Well, yeah, but I mean, it's stopped now. It stopped a minute ago, and only because I was about to make several announcements and try to track down what exactly has happened to Widmund. Why exactly have you left your area, and why have you brought all of these with you? Oh, I needed them to bring the food. The food.
Oh, God.
The food. You're bringing crates of food out? Yeah! Put those down. And you hear, and it's all 4, is that right? 4, yes. 4 of them are dropped onto the stone floor. And then she says, every one of these has food? Well, of course. Why wouldn't they? She says. And she says, Cliff, you know, of course, that you've been loyal to us. Of course. Emerald Claw for life. And she says,
you know, that very phrase
not
makes no sense.
And she exactly. So she says, she's like, what? And he says, I mean, Emerald Claw will rise again with the dead as well. And she sort of, you hear kind of this sort of under her breath snort almost, and then she says, you realize that if you were taking something out of this complex that you weren't supposed to, you know what the penalty would be, don't you, Cliff? Yes. Do you? Maybe.
We would use all of your knives on a tiled countertop and then run them through the dishwasher.
Not that. We'd use them for those tin can cutting motions.
Hadritha, whatever her name is, Hadratha, how close is she to any of our boxes?
You would guess maybe 10 feet. She's pretty close.
This is Hadrian, just to be sure?
Yes, that's right. The one that you met when you were on the way in.
The tour guide, basically, yeah.
Go ahead, Ron.
Very quickly, on a mechanical note, because often you roll dice and we do not see that you're rolling dice until nothing has happened. Does Cliff have to make a charisma ability?
Unsure
at
yet.
Any point?
Unsure yet, but if are you going to give him a boost?
I'm letting you know in advance when that happens. He has ties. I just use ties of chaos.
Okay, I tell you what I want you to. How am I going to do this? All right, I tell you what, Rowan. I tell you what, Rowan.
Wild magic when it happens.
I'll give you 2 choices with this. Okay, I like this idea, and I'll give you 2 options. Your first option is that you can risk lifting the lid slightly so you can see what's going on, at which point I would allow you to do that boost without having to make a check. But you will have lifted the lid slightly and thus potentially have revealed yourself. Alternatively, if you don't want to lift the lid, I will allow you to make an insight check to see if you can determine from the sound of his voice, just from the vibes of the area, when it seems like Hadrian is going to come over. But I can't let you do
I'll
both.
insight.
So in other words, you want to, okay, that means you don't lift the lid. You're going to insight.
I mean, I physically cannot. There are 2 boxes on top of me, aren't
No, not now. They picked you all up and brought you, and you've now been left down separately. So no, there are no boxes on top of you.
But I will insight.
Okay, go ahead and do that.
16.
Okay. I won't tell you whether that's good enough or not, but that will give you a sense. You'll see based on the cues, hopefully. So she says, all right, so you know what's going to happen if you're lying to me. I wouldn't lie. I've always been loyal. She says, that's true. But then there are others who are loyal, and some of them didn't make it all the time. You know one of them, don't you, Cliff? And there's silence, and then she says, you were close to your father, weren't you, Cliff?
Oh,
And he sort of, yes. You wanted to be just like him, you told me. Right. Well, you know that we also know where your father is, right, Cliff? Right now. Yes. And if you're lying to us, Cliff, and I find out, I won't stop by punishing you. I'd make sure I punish him first. You know that, don't you, Cliff? Yes. All right, then. Which of these crates should I open to make sure you're not lying, Cliff? You need to open one? Yes. Which one should it be? Now, I'm going to give all the party here an opportunity. You have multiple things you could tell me that you wanted to do, but I'm just giving you this opportunity in regards to this one question, which is all of you are going to have different, because of the boxes you're in, have different theoretical ways that you could be concealed, or if not concealed, could explain your presence in the box in some other way. I'm not going to tell you what that is, but I want you to tell me, because you don't know which box she's going to go to or where Cliff's going to lead her. You don't know what's going to happen yet. But you have a few seconds to do something to alter your position, your spot, like something along these lines. So I wanted to ask each one of you what you want to do, and I'll just go straight across, starting with Tanton. Again, she sounds like she's about 10 feet from all of your boxes, so there's none of you feel like they're closer. You know, she's closer in one particular one. But so Tanton, is there any way that you want to do anything? And you don't have to do anything at all, but I just wanted to give you the option just for this, if that was a thing you wanted to do.
My first thought was, given all of the shifting back and forth and the delicate nature of tomatoes, I would imagine that probably a third of them have been smashed.
At least, yes.
You know, so it's not, because the only other thing I would think that Tanton would think of doing is to try to, in the course of being moved, to shift himself under the tomatoes, to move as many tomatoes up on top of him as he possibly could.
Right.
But now I'm not sure there's enough to completely cover him.
That's
but
true.
I would imagine that's probably what he did. He probably tried to get himself as far between the point that they first picked us up in the crates to the point that we are now sitting. He's probably been trying to shift them above him. So he's probably trying to hide under the tomatoes.
Would you be willing to take a potential hit to your constitution, by which I mean like exhaustion, like a level of exhaustion, to make it so that you would, like, you covered yourself such that you've probably been maybe even inhaling some of this stuff accidentally? Like, in other words, you know, you didn't make an effort to keep your head too far above tomato. Obviously, you did enough to survive, but I'm
He's
saying
tomato boarding himself.
Yeah. I mean, like, oh, Jesus, wow. I mean, She goes to Alarian's box and only Alarian's box. No. So
who is charcuterie board?
Yes, exactly.
Right,
But
so-
it's up to you, Tanton, if you want to do any of that or not. Like you
One
could
point
make
of
it even more.
clarification.
Yeah, sure.
When you say a point of exhaustion, does that take effect immediately? So does it take effect and I am immediately going to have disadvantage on any ability checks?
No.
Or does it take effect after?
After.
Okay.
It would take
then
effect
yes.
after.
Yes, then I'm willing to do that.
Okay. All right. So you kind of squish yourself down.
Have been squished.
Have been squished, yes, the whole time. Nisiana, which probably, especially after the whole, like, it almost...
Part of what caused it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Nisiana, what about you? Now, you're in these heads of lettuce. You have somewhat of a limitation in terms of how much you can push yourself further, but... I don't know. I could imagine maybe if you have an imaginative or creative way to kind of disguise yourself further, or if you don't want to do that at all, and you just want to 2 middle fingers up in case they open your box. Like I have no idea what you want to do, but is there anything else you want to either pitch or suggest exactly about what you would do in this box?
Okay, just because I have a hard time with spatial relations.
Sure, of course, yeah.
Where do I actually think we are? Do I think we're outside or inside still?
You think you're probably still inside the temple because you left the lava room behind not very long ago. So you don't think they didn't start running. So you would guess that you're somewhere in the temple.
If I were to do divine intervention, would that set off my giant thing again?
I suspect it would. Although, because the dragon mark goes off with healing, doesn't it?
That is correct. This is not healing.
Yeah. Let me check.
I mean, this is a very long shot. Let me see if I can. The divine intervention.
A few percentage points long shot, I believe.
Yes, it is a very... I can call upon my deity to intervene upon my behalf when the need is great. And man, the need is great right now.
Oh, man.
And my cleric level is what, 11? What am I? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to roll 11 or below.
I would allow you to try this. I don't think that would set it off. It's not a healing thing.
Basically at this point she's calling upon her deity. She is calling upon Eberron to give us the chance to escape, to get the Hadrian called away, something to happen to pull her attention from Cliff and the boxes in an immediate fashion that allows us to continue.
I cannot tell you how much I want this divine intervention to work.
I do too, and I wish I don't know if I can throw in my hero point for it. I don't know how that would work. I want to do whatever I can, whatever I have to throw at this. I'm calling it is very specifically a you have to get 10. I would have to get 11 or less.
Yeah,
So-
I don't think this counts. This is the hero points count on an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw. So I would say that this is none of those things. And to be honest, even a 20th level cleric only has a 20% chance of the god actually noticing. Gods are busy. So like, I suspect that I don't think this applies to that. There's no
All right,
real.
but I'm still gonna do it.
Oh
I
yeah,
am
yeah.
Basically,
There's no real like downside to that in this situation.
there is an addition to the fact that I want to look like I'm asleep while I'm doing it. If she were to open my box like I was someone who was shirking off her duties and went to sleep in a box of cabbage.
Gotcha.
Those are the things. That's where I'm at right now
All right.
because
We're still dressed as acolytes, so
What?
we're still dressed as acolytes, right?
We are.
I mean, you guys all are, yes.
Yeah.
And I am of that opinion. I am weighing evil Nisiana versus good Nisiana, and we're not at evil Nisiana, so I'm not immediately going to attack her if she opens the box
Right?
yet. But I am feeling
Yet.
there is a balance here right now where things could go very, very dark with Nisiana right now. So I'm going to go on the side of angels or dragons in this case, and I am going to pray for divine intervention. How do I do that? Just D100?
D100, and we're looking for an 11 or below.
Right.
Oof.
Yeah, this will be great.
Yes,
I
it
believe
will.
in you.
D100.
$48.
48.
Ah.
No,
Yeah, your prayer
We're
does.
sorry, the deity you have called is not
Nothing
at his desk
happened.
at this time.
Right.
and I can use this again after a long rest. But I've tried. I basically I am leaning upon my faith. Maybe perhaps because I feel like I haven't done enough to try and find Leal DiGirasco.
I wonder why your god has not responded. No, just kidding.
Or are you?
Or
Yes.
maybe he is, but I have gone to that point where that is what I am praying, but I am asleep.
Okay, makes sense. That leads us to two more boxes. Merime and Rowan. You have a somewhat clearer choice in that you could try to dig yourselves down further into the flour and sugar. It's going to require a con check on both of your parts to do it. But if you do it, you will be fairly concealed. I mean, if they start digging into the flour and sugar, they'll find you in 3 seconds. But otherwise, you could try to do that.
I do it immediately, and I am willing to take whatever penalties will incur as a result.
Maybe you wanted to take any... Okay, both of you make con checks for me, please. And again, this is straight con checks, but again, this is a thing that you could use a hero point on if you wished.
Or if you had one.
If you have one, yes. For those of us lucky people that have one.
Straight con, not a saving throw.
Straight con.
Oh gee. I'm gonna.
That was a save. You made a save, Mermaid.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, if you want to
Oh
check.
yeah, I hit the wrong button. Okay, hang on.
Okay, Rowan.
Rowan is accustomed to drowning himself in foreign contents and boxes in order to not be arrested or killed.
It's higher.
I'm not pro this.
Do you want it? Oh, you don't have a hero point.
I don't have a hero point. Do you remember when I had 2 and then I wasn't here one session and then I had that?
My hero point.
You can't trade them.
Well,
thank you though.
Okay.
In my heart, I'm okay with swallowing some flour and getting that gummy paste in my mouth that's like glue, and then choking and dying.
So, I was
the one who was happy dying.
Yeah, basically what this means is, okay, what this does is this sets up a timer. You are going to be temporarily incapacitated, Merime. This is going to set up a timer, which the only one who's conscious of this is going to be Rowan. Rowan, you can tell that there's something wrong because Merime is like not. You manage to both dig yourselves down, but Merime, you can hear sort of like, internally, like inside the flour and sugar is coughing. No one else, and also the telepathy drops. Merime cannot concentrate on it right now. So all of you are cut off from each other for a moment.
Yeah, that's not good.
This is how I want to go, guys. Don't worry.
Go ahead, Rowan.
I immediately minor illusion.
Okay, what's the illusion? To cover over. What are you doing?
The box is full of rats. It still has sugar and flour in it, but it is also full of rats, and the rats are knocking the edges of the crate.
Okay. All right.
But you can't. Wait, Brandon. You can't do vision and sound with a minor illusion. It's one or the other.
Merime is making the sound.
The sound of
Merime's
coughing
making the
rat? Okay, I'm just saying.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. It may not be, that sound may not be enough to get Hadriana to notice anyway. But I'll keep that in mind.
In the event.
Okay.
Interesting.
Wow.
When you choke, you don't actually make sound anymore. So depending on how badly I felt that Constitution throw, I might just be,
Yeah.
not breathing.
It's sort of a coughing. You're not like fully. You didn't actually take a lungful of this, but it. Yeah. Okay, I'll come back to that. Thank you for that. Wow, 80 months of tier 2 support, Shadow Mage. Good gravy.
Wow.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Shadow Mage.
I cannot remember how many years that is, but it is some years.
6 years, 6 months, I believe.
You know what also makes a good gravy? Flour. Okay, maybe
good
not the
gravy.
best time to make that
Unfortunate timing.
I kind of need to put liquid in flour.
Mermaids, well, she's got saliva. This is delicious.
Now I'm curious whether that liquid is sweat or blood.
Yeah, jeez. Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm sorry. 6 years, 8 months. My bad. That's right. I can do math. Okay, Alarian. Same issue for you.
Okay,
which is,
dude, there is no way there is enough meat to cover me. It is not possible. This thing would have to be 3 quarters full. I know it's not that full.
I mean, you could just theoretically drape the already flattened meat underneath you on top of you, so it just all looks like meat.
It's just minute steaks. It's Lady Gaga all the way down.
Yeah.
Put up your hood. You're fine.
I mean, the hard part is your bare body against the bottom of this crate will break the crate, but...
Okay.
Yeah. A thump comes from my crate.
All right. A thump is going to come from your crate. Okay, this is assuming, like, okay, a thump comes from your crate.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. So, with that in mind...
And then I'm listening for footsteps to walk over, and it's very important I tell what side she approaches from.
Okay. So...
And my Tides of Chaos has already been given to Cliff, as to recall.
Right. So she begins to, that's right. So she begins to step forward because you hear a couple steps. And then Cliff says, "Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Like that was, there was just some stuff rolling around inside. I didn't manage to secure everything exactly the right way." And she says, right. And she says, "Well, it seems to keep happening." "Yeah, I know, but it's fine. It'll be fine." And she sort of, she kind of like pauses, and then he says, "Look, here's the truth." And there's this dead silence, and then he says, "I have these meals that I've been making to honor the Emerald Claw. And, well, it was the big summoning is coming, right? You told us about it, and I thought it was really important that we, I thought it was important that I showed my care for the claw. And, so I have brought these things, and they need to be brought outside the temple. And then I was going to have a celebration for the acolytes. We were all going to meet there, and I was going to set it up on the tables outside. Now, you can look in these boxes if you want, but what you're going to find there is stuff that might not, I don't know, it might not seem worthy of the claw. But this is the thing about my father. You acted like I was close to him. Well, I used to be. And then there was a time that he told me I wasn't going to amount to anything. The Emerald Claw is the only one that ever cared enough about me to let me do what I loved, which is to cook. I just wanted to show my appreciation. Rowan, I heard something about a Tides of Chaos coming.
Yes. Right. So Cliff has advantage on one attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
What I like about this is that he's not even aware of it.
Right?
That
He does not know.
I was trying to make this huge, beautiful meal, and then one of your acolytes decided to cast Animate Dead on my supply of meat. That's why it's knocking around.
That's why it
in
does
this
that.
And if I ever wanted to Tides of Chaos, again after this point, I would need to Wild Magic.
Okay. So you do the Tides of Chaos, and she pauses and she says,
Well, no. Anytime I cast a spell after this Tides of Chaos.
you have to get, okay, all right, we'll keep that in mind. So she says, that's a good story, Cliff. I don't know if I believe it. He says, all right, look, if I just show you this one box, you'll believe me, right? All right, Cliff. Nisiana, you hear steps approaching your box.
Oh, crapola.
He lifts the lid, and light pours in, and you see Hadriana looking down at you. And you are, as I believe you told me, right? And she says, and this? He says, well, it's one of the acolytes. You saw her when she came in. She wanted to help me make the meal, and I told her it wasn't allowed, and she said if she could do it, it would show how much she really cared about the Emerald Claw. I'm sorry, Hadriana, I shouldn't have done it, but it was just for the claw. And Hadriana sort of stares down and then reaches down, and Nisiana like shakes you awake. And she says, you were one of the acolytes I met earlier.
She basically prostrates herself. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to help. All I wanted to do was help. And he wanted to do something for us, and I wanted to show. I'm sorry.
She
basically just huddles and hides.
And she sort of like kind of looks at you. I need a deception check from you, Nisiana.
Oh, lordy. Okay. Am I any good at
Clerics are wonderful at lying. Just, you know.
You know what? I think I'm going to go ahead and use my hero point at this point.
Gee, that seems like a wise use of this at this time.
I did deception. So
I didn't inspire you, but I'm busy becoming bread, Nisiana,
I
so
saw
I
that in
can't
Zoom.
help you.
I saw that in Zoom.
Okay, so let's see. I do deception. Let's see what happens there.
Oh God!
But that's why she's using the hero point.
Yeah, but my hero point's only 1d6.
I'm sure it'll be enough.
Why have you forsaken us?
Yeah, that's enough.
That gives me an 8.
What else can you do?
Can you make yourself vomit right now?
Out of sheer terror.
Exactly. Well, you think I'm kidding, but I'm really not. Or piss yourself.
Willingly fail a con
That
save
would work
right
too.
now.
Yeah.
So, Hadriana sort of takes you, and she pulls you out of the box, and she says, "Oh, Cliff. She says, the problem is that this one isn't a very good liar. And you fell for it," she says, turning to Cliff. "You fell for it. She told you she wanted to help you put together a meal. The truth is, you just wanted to leave, didn't you? You came halfway and realized, I don't want to be an acolyte anymore. I don't have the commitment to the Emerald Claw anymore. Isn't that right?"
She kind of hangs her
And Cliff
head.
is like...
She just hangs her head and says, "You're right. I don't think I'm strong enough. I don't think I would be good for this place." And she is absolutely truthful.
about that.
I was going to say, that should be like a persuasion check, right? No, I'm not going to make you do a persuasion check. She sort of stares you down and then says, "Yes, very obviously so. All right. Take off this robe, and then I need you to go outside the temple. You're going to go to the edge there of the path, and then you're going to wait. I'm going to deal with you myself in a moment. As for these boxes, Cliff, I think you are too loyal. You wouldn't come up with something this ridiculous unless you actually believed that this was something that was going to honor us. I don't know whether to punish you or to honor you. Punish you for your stupidity and honor you for your loyalty. Maybe I'll do both. Grab the boxes, bring them out there with him. Then, Cliff, I want you to stay exactly in the same spot where she is. As soon as I finish closing down this place, I'm going to turn around and deal with you. Go ahead, help him. And you feel, those of you still in the boxes, feel the crates being lifted up, like, and brought. Nisiana, you are unceremoniously sort of pushed and shoved, all the way out, room, all the way out. And sort of like eventually you're sort of almost like not quite shoved to the ground, but close. The crates are put down as well outside the temple, apparently on the path.
How far past? Wait, real quick, this is important. How far down the path? Because you can tell it moves from stone to like the crushed gravel.
Yeah.
How far down the path
you
did we go?
You hear the of the gravel.
Right.
And then the crates are, placed down. And Nisiana, you can see that the crates are all placed down on the gravel. Hadriana sort of turns and says, all right, you two. And the skeletal guards, the skeleton warriors are about like 25 feet from you. And she says, all right, watch them. I'm going to be back in a moment. And Cliff, she turns to Cliff and says, don't move from that spot. And she turns around and she heads off. And Cliff has just been sort of silently watching the whole time. And as soon as she's far enough away, Cliff says, you better get out of here. Whispering to you, Nisiana, you better get out of here. She's going to be back any minute.
Okay, we're outside, yes?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All of the boxes are outside.
That's true.
I have the device that summons the ship.
You going to do it?
Hell yes, I'm going to summon the ship. I'm summoning the ship, and I look at Cliff, and I say, you need to come with me.
With you? What do you mean?
You need to come with me now.
Merame, make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Can we hear them talking outside? Can we hear them talking outside?
Yes.
Jeez.
Oh my God, mermaid!
Those of you at home, that was a 6.
I need you to take 16 points of damage, Merame, as you are asphyxiating.
I'm fine.
Inside my box,
in a box of sugar do more damage than most bladed weapons.
It's amazing how when the bladed weapon equivalent ends up in your lungs, how much more damage that does.
I have to be clear. I did not take damage fighting the vampire.
No, you did not.
Right? But this pile of sugar is your mortal enemy now.
There is maybe some narrative, like there is some karmic knowledge to me about this.
There's something ironic about the bard literally choking.
Yeah, well, there's that too.
And from the meat box comes, you don't have a choice. Once we leave these boxes, the warriors will know something is up, and you were behind it.
Wait, if there's no worry. Oh wait.
There are two warriors, but they're about 25, 30 feet away.
Okay.
But they're watching us. She told them, watch them.
Right.
As soon as we move, you're dead. You must come with us.
Plus, we said we owe you a future in showbiz.
Assuming our agent just didn't get killed.
You aren't really part of the Emerald Claw, are you?
Afraid not. And by helping us, you're complicit in the incursion. So you really have no choice. I'm sorry to put it to you this way, said the talking box of meat, but it's true.
And he kind of,
You can live with the undead, or you can live with the living.
And Nisiana, like, you see him kind of look towards the place, and he says, I lied about my father. I do still care about him. But I didn't lie about myself. They were the only ones that let me cook and sing without making fun of me for it.
We can find a better place for you. You are wasted here. And I say
These
that
people don't laugh at you because they have no feeling. We want to hear you sing.
my sister believes in you. And therefore I believe in you.
I
Yeah, I have no idea. She is.
Of
she
course,
is-
of course, of course.
Fine.
Nisiana, I need a persuasion check from you.
Oh, okay. All right. Persuasion.
All right.
That
Oh,
was a
nice.
22.
Thanks, Echo.
The single digits are done. Oh my god.
He sort of pauses and says, "All right. I guess I'm in as far as I can get anyway. Hurry, she's going to be back any minute."
Whatever I had to do to click the thing, I've already done it.
Yeah.
They
So you would have
been
to say
summoned.
you would have to say the words are actually Night Spark is what she
Okay.
told you, right?
Oh, hold on. Let me make sure I wrote it down. Jenna's. Okay, I did write it down. So, next
She
part.
would have said it.
So when she, of course. So when
We
she
all died
says,
because you couldn't remember the name.
it's like you, like
Northspick.
No, see,
Northern Lights.
Dark
No,
Flame.
God damn it!
if I had not written it down as Nisiana, I would not have been able to say that she would remember it in this very, very
I
trying
totally
time.
no. I accept that. for sure.
However,
Yeah. No, I agree.
you know how much I hate writing down notes about shit.
I was very tempted though to have you say Thundercats, but anyway.
Thundercats, Thundercats!
A curling
sorry.
glob of sparkling purple light shoots from the cylinder and silently corkscrews into the sky. And as you turn around, you can see the skeleton warriors like immediately start to walk towards you, and then there are and in the crates you just hear this sound, but Nisiana, you see these two bright green bolts from somewhere in the sky shoot down and just blast both of the skeletal warriors back like 15 feet into the dust. And
That's
you
my
can
cue.
see moments later, the Cerberus sailor breaks through the clouds and fully visible in the bright moonlight. And almost before you know it, there are several skiffs landing in front of you, and yeomen who are wearing the Institute of the 12's livery help you move your quarry aboard. And on top of the deck of the ship, you can hear Afira yell, "Hurry it up! They're on their way now!" And you can see the dong of the complex has started to go off again. And so the 12 basically
Bust
lifts you
out.
up.
Yep.
Tanton comes out just dripping blood, by which I mean tomato sauce.
No, Tanton just like the lid slowly creaks open, and he is covered. and he just comes out like.
And it feels like,
Oh, we're not pretending. Okay, right.
Alarian, you bust out. I think you can probably do that with even without them. So they just sort of look at you as this meat forged. Now
Pretty
sort
much,
of
yeah.
challenges
From the
forward.
waist down.
Nisiana badly bruised, but still around. I assume you're able to, make your way quickly.
I shove Cliff towards the bridge. I'm going for the box that hasn't opened or is with Rowan
Okay,
and my
Yeah,
and a
me
couple
too.
of the other
They haven't
livery
done
are
it
there
yet.
too.
Yep.
So when they pull it open, Rowan is up there. You see Rowan. You do not see Merime, and you just see Rowan's face, like Rowan looking up at you. And I don't know what you want to say, Rowan, but
It's just like a flat ocean of flour with two eyes poking out.
like go. And I dig for my sister.
I get up, I reach for Merime and lift Merime out of the box and start
Okay.
running towards it.
give me another con check, please, Mermaid.
Just when I got just a con check.
Yes.
Please don't start dying.
My lord, I don't like constitution checks.
But you made it.
I think what that means is that you are going to take damage again, but I think you are going to be able to at least be pulled, towards the you could be dragged along, basically, more or less. You were going to take another 17 points of asphyxiation damage. Asphyxiation is not good, y'all. Not good.
No, it's
Don't
not.
do it at home, kids.
Yeah, don't try this at home. Okay. But you were all
IAB,
sort of like
PSA.
you are sort of stumble towards this as you're all sort of brought onto these skiffs which lift off. As the Cerberus sailor sort of lifts up and spins in place and begins to move. There are several, yeah, exactly, I was going to say pretty much, several bolts from down below, actual, you think crossbow bolts, thunk, thunk, into the side of the ship. And, as the ship is sort of on its way out, but the sailor climbs quickly and soon is out of range of the Emerald Claw Enclave. And Nisiana, you find yourself next to Cliff, who is looking over the side of the ship and is sort of staring down at the receding, the ground and the mountainside below. And he just seems to be staring at something, Nisiana.
I look to see what he's staring at.
And you just see clouds down there. And eventually he sort of notices you. He looks over and says, Adriana was looking at me the whole time. And he turns to you, Nisiana, and he says, she knows where my father lives. Now she's going to kill him. And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close.
You're not even going to let me give him words of solace?
Your words of solace are going to begin next time. Please don't let me forget, though, because I want to begin with your words of solace.
All right, let me write down a note of words of solace.
Words of solace. Please don't forget. I didn't know you were going to have a chef with you at the end of this, but you've all decided to bring a chef along with you out of the complex. Divinorium also, that's funny.
I was gonna end this scene by saying, if you wring us dry, you could probably make a good meal out of all that.
Yeah, that's true. Good gravy again. That was no joke. That was extremely tense. I honestly thought this could be either a big fight, which we would have had to do next time. I thought it might have ended up in that. I thought it might have ended up, there was a chance that it was going to end up with one of you getting tipped into the lava out of the crate. That was certainly possible. I thought that was going to maybe happen. Then I thought maybe one of you was going to either sacrifice themselves, or Cliff would have to, you might figure out a way to get Cliff to sacrifice himself. There were all manner of things that I thought theoretically could happen. I did not know which one was actually going to be. And there may very well be consequences for Leo Jarasco being killed, you managed to get out with Widman in the bag of holding. Merime, of course, we don't know what's happened to Merime yet, but we're going to, figure that out in some detail in a minute, in a session, I should say. The whole situation with Cliff, obviously Adriana knows the situation. You didn't get out with, knows who's responsible, so, there's that. This could have gone any number of ways, and it's going to take me a little bit of time, actually, to put together all of the implications of what all of this just happened means. But I will have time to do that before our next session. Great session, though, seriously. I loved all of the ideas people were coming up with, because I also didn't know, going into this session, I was like, maybe it's just going to be a lot of fighting skeletons on the way out the door. I thought it could be that. I was not expecting rope trick vampire and bag of holding combo, but that's what we got, and it was very well done by the crew. Let me start with let me switch back actually to the cams only, let me switch the bottom right of the ziggurat first. So John, good stuff out of Valerian. I liked how everybody, the rats idea, the minor illusion of the rats. I forgot to mention that, Rowan, that when you opened it up, when Valerian opened up, just rats everywhere. I forgot to say that probably would have been there, but maybe a minute would have passed by then. But either way, I really liked the idea that you were trying to, everyone was trying to, come to my crate instead, because they were, everyone was trying to do the right thing for the King's Citadel. But I didn't know you were the biggest problem, because this was partially randomly determined and partially determined based upon what Cliff was going to be able to do. Side note, that was a clutch Tides of Chaos, because if Cliff doesn't win that persuasion check, then she probably just randomly chooses a box, and then if she chooses Alarian's box, you're all kind of screwed. I mean, then it is just a big fight, because you're not going to be able to explain Alarian.
But she'd be taking a sword right through the gut. So there's that.
That would have been a start.
It wasn't like Alarian was going to hide.
No, that was it. There was not exactly right. I was very curious to see about all of those things, and I was really loving the visual in my own head of Alarian, them trying to bring Alarian's crate over the bridge, and just what the hell? Only skeletal guards would probably not have anything to say one way or the other.
Right.
So No, I cannot call this setup only cams, Drew. What the hell's wrong with you? No, I'm not going to do that. All right. Anyway, John, how did you feel about tonight's session? Where will the fine folks?
Yeah, this is super crazy in many, many ways. I am glad we were so intent on stealthing that if Illyrian had had their way or my way, we would have divided. I would have had us divide and conquer because there were plenty of ways. There were plenty of choke points. The secret door. We could have easily whittled those forces down, but I was happy to let the stealth folks do the stealth thing. So, still not sure if she knew we were in the room, like she somehow sensed the magic going on there, but didn't push it. So whatever. But I was fully prepared to fight our way out at any time, especially at the end. Why I did the thump, because I was like, well, they're not going to hide. And the conversation that you didn't see, because I had to contact everyone individually and said, look, I'm going to be doing this, especially when the teleportation or the telepathy winked out. Like, that's not a good sign at all. So Larian was literally that close to it, but they wanted to get her over there so he could get the surprise attack and like stab her in the gut. It was literally their thought. But it worked out amazingly. Still not sure how, but it worked out. And except for Cliff's possible father, which we got to figure out what we're going to do about that.
Yep. And other consequences.
And the possibility that, well, I mean, look, honestly, unless Jeremy says something, we have no idea what happened to what's her name. Now, is she going to tell her sister? Probably. Does she have to? But she probably will because it's her sister. I get it. I'm just saying, she suddenly had a lance of light go through her head and died. But anyway, you two are going to deal with that, and I'm just, it's going to be a very interesting conversation no matter what. And again, the good thing is no one told Illyrian that was a side mission because they would have wanted to try to recover her, which would have been not a good idea.
I was also thinking about the fact that Hadriana saw the ship with, Institute of 12 livery people on it sailing out of the, with the stuff. That's the other consequence.
I mean, we probably, no kidding. We probably could have just bolted for it, but...
No, I mean, like, listen, there's going to be consequences when you take actions, like, whatever, like, you'll have to deal with it, but, so...
Yeah, but a lot of fun, despite being kind of not in the forefront of things, but it was just hilarious with the whole singing and using the chef to get out of the fortress. Was really inspired. I'm not sure if they ever wrote. It's like, and if you use the chef to do this, you get like.
That was nowhere on any note. Okay, that was not on the note.
So, yeah, it's very clever on Maramay's part, and hopefully she didn't. Hopefully her singing voice is not impaired by the half pound of flour she inhaled.
I'm fine.
So yes, this was awesome, despite me not being able to fight my way out, which I was really looking forward to be honest. But I let the planners plan this one out, and then we got out. We got the main target, what I know about. So as far as I'm concerned, this is a successful mission. And if we can help his dad, see what we can do. So yeah, looking forward to the next session. Again, the BattleTech Humble Bundle still going on. It's going on for another week and a half or 2 weeks. You got plenty of time, but go check it out. $30 for 120 novels. No kidding. It's an incredible deal. So go check that out, folks, and spread the word. Make sure that people who might have ever wanted to get into BattleTech, here's the perfect time to enter into the fiction. So I will be here whenever we play next, whenever that is. Not sure when.
2 weeks, I believe.
Maybe.
Yeah, that was a maybe for you. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So, but yes, always a blast. Much fun. And yeah, consequences. Always consequences.
Always consequences. Good stuff, John. Thanks. Good work tonight. Also good work out of Jen, out of Nisiana. Obviously, the divine intervention was a good call. I really was kind of hoping that would work, just because that would be fun to see. But an 11, it's supposed to be very hard. It's supposed to be.
I was in a game where it actually went off.
I have been as well, but not it was a video game version of it though. I had a divine intervention work once in a Celesta game.
We were in a We Blend game or a Fantastical Escapes game, and our bard did it. And went off, and the host's mother thought we won D&D because she didn't really understand what was going on. But we won. It was fine.
But Nisiana though also, and then the whole being bruised by heads of lettuce. But the big thing, of course, was figuring out then having to sort of play out that game, and then when the deception thing failed. The deception thing failed in a particular way, which was Cliff had already done a lot of convincing thanks to the Tides of Chaos, so that the deception was going to be what the reason was that she thought you actually went with him. And she basically thought that Cliff was kind of a, gullible stooge who went along with stuff, which is not that far wrong, actually. That is kind of the way it was. But you were able to, it meant that basically you were able to go along with that idea. And she was basically going to, deal with you later, and have guards watching you at the same time, not knowing all of these other things that we previously mentioned. So, it was some good thinking on your feet, or I guess in a box of lettuce. But we're
thinking on your side.
That's right. But we're going to see what happens, because also it was, everybody contributed, but you were the only one looking him face to face. Other than that, there was just, Merame was choking and everyone else was talking from inside boxes of food. So the only really most convincing person was Nisiana. And so, it'll be interesting to see whether Nisiana feels some kind of personal responsibility for Cliff's situation under the circumstances. I don't know.
She absolutely does.
That'll be
And
up to her.
If we can't convince the 12 to bring him on as a chef, absolutely we need chefs at House Jarasco. We absolutely could use someone like that. She was not lying when she said he was wasted there, because his musical taste is questionable. Everything else is still yet to be determined. As for Leal, that is something that she will be talking about with her sister. We have already determined that needs to be a conversation that's in telepathy, but we will speak it aloud for the audience, because
please.
That will reveal some things about our characters, I think. It was a very, very good session. And oh man, I can kind of see we're reaching a point with Nisiana. She can go two different paths. And boy, I'm really hoping she stays on the side of angels, but
You're gonna go all Dark Willow on us?
maybe not. I don't know. It depends. But
the 1,000 heel stare.
She's learning some things about reality right now. She is the youngest of the group, and this is her first time in the field. So yeah, she's hard-bitten veterans come from somewhere. Well, this is where they come from. Otherwise, I had a really good time. I am amused at how everything worked out, and kind of pleased that we've got the first goal, the secondary goal, the third goal. I don't know in character that it's happened. That's the Leal.
Right.
And now we have a cook. And you know what? I'm going to believe he's a good cook. So I'm going to hope he's a good cook. And we shall see what happens. In the meantime, you'll see me here next, whenever we next play, or you'll see me online. And I do have Dear Pen Pal, Belgium 1980, which is funded, so it will happen, and it ships worldwide. So if you'd like to be my pen pal and learn a little bit about me at 10 years old, living in a 300-year-old manor house in Belgium, there you go. You'll understand where a little of my weirdness comes from.
That'll be the place to check it out on Kickstarter. Well, good stuff today. Good stuff today, Jen. And yes, I'm excited for all of those things. So Brandon, as I said, that Tides of Chaos was quite clutch. And there were a lot of good ideas here. The minor illusion stuff obviously was very useful. The illusion of the rats, even though your box was not the one that was opened, was a really interesting idea and a good one. And the Tides of Chaos was significant because it really did make a difference, because it affected Cliff's persuasion, and that made it possible for an easier box to be opened. Like Tanton, maybe they could have worked it out somehow. I don't know. I'd have to think about that box. Maramaze would have been choking, so I don't know how that would have all worked. Alarian's box would have been a disaster from the point of view of trying to stealth one's way out of it. So in a way, Cliff's bringing to Nisiana, which is was the most logical choice, but that was only possible in part because of the Tides of Chaos thing. So that was very useful at an important time. Despite the let's use minor illusions for everything, no, but it was appropriate minor illusions, appropriate ones. And now we'll have some things to think about in terms of, and also some good contributions there at the end in terms of what Cliff's future was. You know, both you and Ilarion talked about that from your boxes, but like what the future was for, you know, Cliff at a place like this. And that I thought was interesting too. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
One of the things I think I know, I think I know a lot definitively about how Rowan deals with problems before they join the King's Citadel. And one of those things is always secondary individuals, people on the outside of the con that I'm attempting to pull off, don't deserve to die because I'm attempting to pull off a con. So that's a lot of the energy that, like, why I was committed to Cliff at least not suffering in this moment is because Rowan would feel really weird knowing that we just need to get out of this place and this is our only way out and it should work. But if it doesn't work, it shouldn't be Cliff's fault. Which is why, like, another like secondary tension that I had in that moment that was very that didn't play out, but I was feeling very strongly, is that in a scene like this, if Rowan were alone, they'd sell themselves out 9 times out of 10. But Mermaid is also the box. Which is why I wanted to make the box look as unappetizing as possible so no one would touch it. Hence the rats. But yeah, like a lot of that was just, we need to get out of this room, but if we don't, Cliff doesn't deserve to die because we tried to get out of this room.
Can I just say quickly how much that reminds me of this concept of, you know, the which has been talked about in many movies, many, you know, forms of media about this, but the super team that has to think about collateral damage. You know, you think about the opening to something like Age of Ultron or something like that, where, like, you know, whoops, you know, 50 people died, like, sorry, you know, like the thought of actually really giving a damn about all the people that get affected collaterally around this. And as I say, that's not specifically new, but I think it is a useful thing to bring up for something like this, especially for Rowan, who is not, like, his whole life been in a group like this, you know what I mean? Like, so, yeah.
Yeah, the actual media touchstone that came to mind for me, because of obviously Rowan Shallow, is leverage, and particularly leverage redemption.
Right.
Where like in the last few seasons, a big concern is, hey, this person is in with a bad lot, but they're not bad. How do we make sure that actually bad people get punished, but make sure that they get spared or they learn a lesson about the thing that is happening in this moment? Yeah. That's how I felt about Cliff in that moment, which is why Rowan was actually freaking out. If Rowan was here by themselves, they'd be like, yeah, there are some things that I could do here. I might get stabbed a couple of times, but at least I'll be out of this dungeon. And then thinking about Cliff and also Merime, complicating that was actually very interesting for me. As for where you can find me, I am almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides. My next game thing will be another session of Arcanites, a Power Rangers actual play over at twitch.tv/ArclightCourt. A lot of things are happening. We are now in other dimensions, and I've met myself in the timeline where I get old, mentor one of the most reckless rangers that I've ever seen, and then watch all of my friends die. It's been a lot. So definitely join us for that next session. As for all the other things that I am doing, first and foremost, exclamation point Grey Shade. Please, everybody, continue to support Grey Shade if you have. But very, very soon you're going to see some playtest documents you're going to see what the classes look like right now, and we are encouraging you to break them. Greg himself literally wrote the encounters within which he would like you to break them. So please, if you have already been backing the game, please support the actual development of the thing by playing the thing and telling us how it works. As also mentioned, Tomb Raider Shadows of Truth is also available for playtesting, so please check that out because I just think that it's rad. as for con things, as Marie will also testify, CanCon Virtual is coming up very, very soon. I am going to be moderating a poetry panel with Eugene Bacon, Nisi Mali, and Tiffany Morris, and it's going to be really, really rad. And also a lot of other really kick-ass people are also going to be there. And I will also mention, because sometimes I forget that even though this is not a virtual convention, a lot of virtual things are also happening at this year's Bocas Lit Fest, my home literary festival here in Trinidad and Tobago. Has events at a building called the Old Fire Station that are always live streamed. And I bring this up not only because this year is particularly cool to me, because all of Friday's content on all of the day 2 content on this year's Bocas Lit Fest program are actually speculative, or a large portion of it is speculative.
I saw that actually,
But
yeah.
as a result, you will see a lot of very kick-ass writers who you know, including friend of the show Primi Muhammad, will actually be at the Bocas Lit Fest this year. So definitely support the Bocas Lit Fest. This is the year I'm trying to bully as many people as possible on the Bocas team to actually do more speculative content year round. So if they see a lot of foreigners watching the live stream, that's going to be very good for us. So please support the Bocas Lit Fest, which will be the very last weekend of April, the 25th to the 28th of April. So please support in any way that you can. And I think that's me.
Good stuff. Thanks, Brandon. Super cool on all fronts. Good stuff tonight. So Marie, when Marimé was not choking on flour and sugar, very eventful stuff. I mean, honestly, a lot of the groundwork for this was laid, obviously, by not just sneaking past or backstabbing Cliff initially, but by setting up this whole kind of like, hey, you like musicals, I like musical, like this whole back and forth that made it so that Cliff didn't immediately go, oh, you stupid, like, I'm going to turn you in to do whatever. You did manage to befriend someone enough that this person was then able to, with the aid of some seriously good rolls. Let's keep in mind we had a lot of 20s in a row there, or like high rolls for a while there.
And then I choked on flour.
You choked on flour and sugar, which is, listen, dark tide. But it was great to watch that. And then, the other thing too is that obviously we talked about Nisiana, but when Marimé is able to recover her breath, etc., will also, I imagine, feel a little bit responsible for Cliff. I mean, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but yeah. I imagine would feel somewhat like, geez, poor Cliff. Like, here's Cliff who just sort of went along doing the best he possibly can. Again, bad person in a bad lot, as Brandon was saying, and yet really was fundamentally critical to you people getting out, assisted by all of you in the right times, like Tides of Chaos, like the persuasions and from various people and so on. But that was really the groundwork for that was laid earlier on. And probably, I'm sure you didn't know that it was going to be as sort of fundamental later on that relationship had been built. And then otherwise, obviously, just sort of figuring out how to arrange all of it when all of you were doing that run around here, like very Metal Gear Solid, run around here, let them go up here, go around this side, wait for them to come back, like all of this stuff, carry the one. There was all this stuff.
I mean, we're technically in a box too, so it all works out.
No, it's true. That's true. Right. And if they did, it would have been the big exclamation point, ring, as it goes up. Anyway, how did you feel about today's session, Marie? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a ball. It was a good session, lots of fun role play. I feel really bad for Cliff. Like in Mérimée, once she's, conscious and aware and has worked flour out of her lungs. She's definitely going to try to make it up to him. And then, like, for all the joking back and forth, like, he is a good guy and he does deserve to be somewhere better than the Emerald Claw. Somewhere maybe less dangerous, although he didn't seem necessarily unhappy, but nobody was enjoying his good food nor his good singing. So, but she will very much try to make it up to him and to save his father and stuff like that. Like, for her, it's important, whether or not they can do it themselves or get some help to save him and get him out of the Emerald Claw's way. That's to be determined. But but I had a lot of fun with Cliff. I mean, he's a good guy. I don't know if he'll ever want to speak to me again because I really manipulated him, if we're honest. 100%. I mean, okay, Alarian is not my masseuse, okay? I'll admit it.
I was cracking me over you were coming up with all
told you the whole truth.
and you're like, my masseuse, my guard, my jester. I'm like, you're like running out of like
My
entourage people, my secretary. I was like, okay, those three are fine. Your jester? Like what?
I
what?
was running out. I don't have an entourage, Greg.
That's all
Here's
an
my-
entourage consists of. It's a masseuse, a secretary, a guard, and then a jester's number
The
4.
vital,
like
the
that's
vital rules.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Look, I choked, okay, in real life. Although I put on a good show, I don't have an entourage. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. But and then Merime had been holding a higher level spell slot precisely to use Rolithum's psychic lens.
Yeah, that was
on-
something else. Did you know you were going to do that before the session began? Like I was definitely going to do that if it came to that, or
Yeah, if we couldn't find her or if the opportunity didn't show itself, I knew I was going to do it. And the reason for it is that her sister told her that she had to be stopped or she was either turned or captured and she had to be saved or silenced. Like, and we never determined what she was. I assume captured because we found her weapons, but we couldn't save her. Like, there was no way.
There is going to be a conversation.
Yeah, nobody knows right now except her.
Like I said, it'll be a telepathic conversation, but
she's working through it herself because she's
Mhm.
like, it's a little bit of who am I, right? Like if it was basically like an assassination, right? And she doesn't know, was this person an agent of the Emerald Claw? Were they a prisoner? Could they have been saved with
Yeah.
different, but it was like, this is the last chance. And if I don't do this, more people will suffer. So, you know, and if this person is either turned or captured or not in a good place anyway, so this might be like, if they're the enemy, they're the enemy. And if they're captured, they're probably being tortured and, you know, yeah, but yeah, she's gonna be like, I was like, and I kept the spell. I knew she was going to do this, but it was still like, oh, what did I just do?
yeah, yeah.
So yeah. So yeah, there will be some working through that. And right now nobody knows except her what she did. But it will weigh heavily upon her. And then what she did manipulating Cliff too, it's like, whoa, girl. Just
Yep.
maybe have a spa day.
A lot of realpolitik, as they say, going on with this. Like a
Right?
lot
well,
of-
they can be seen possibly the beginning of our villain arc. Just
Well, and
putting that out there.
right, and is it like how far it's
Mhm.
if it's not necessary for the King's Citadel, then how far are you willing to go to save those you love? And at what point have you crossed too many lines to
Mhm.
turn back, right? Anyways, it's gonna be interesting role play, I think.
Mhm.
But regardless of murder, Merime had a great time tonight. Murder and choking. Murder and flour. Hey,
Yeah.
that should be the name.
choking
Murder
on flour and sugar. I mean, you know, listen.
So sweet. So thank you. Thank you. And good role play. I know we threw a lot of twists and turns your way tonight, Craig. So good DMing.
Oh,
You,
thank you. It was always a
yeah.
pleasure to work with this crew. And good stuff tonight, Marie. Thank you. And again,
Thank
support
you.
Marie, virtual CanCon, but also get all the
Yes.
stuff. Pick up Marie's books, do all that stuff as well.
All the stuff. Yes.
And thank you, Marie. And last certainly not least, Tren, the of all of the ones that I was just kind of like the worst in crate visual, it was I was like, my nightmare would be go in a crate with tomatoes and like, oh God,
no,
what a disaster.
It would be raisins. For
No,
you.
that would be worse, but tomatoes are definitely would not be in my that's up there.
They're
for
in
me.
the Nightshade family after all.
Right. This is what I'm saying. Like, oh my God. But so that visually, and then the thing where you were coming up like because you're like, that's what I must do.
I was fully prepared to do that from before we left. I mean, the moment they put me in the crate and I was like, tomatoes, what could,
yeah.
That's right when the idea came. If somebody opened it, I was going to come out zombie style.
Right.
And it was just.
Yeah. And I mean, when they were bringing you over the whole, you know, bringing you over the bridge and the thought about that, like there was also that about like what, you know, at what point are you going to be able, because you wouldn't be able to hide either, but it might be different. Like you could be like, I'm covered obviously in blood. That's what matters here or whatever. The only one who was completely without excuse was going to be Ilarion, who's just like, I'm a Starforge with meat around me, but that's pretty much it. But I was curious about how you were going to react to all of that. And of course, the big thing, Tren, was at the, you know, Tanton with the bag of holding. And I know you'd been thinking about ways to like play around with that. So the rope trick, bag of holding, vampire in bag combo, that's a good combination of things to be able to figure this all out, which is why it's so funny, because I had a feeling when I asked this question that you would know, where I was like, can you fit a vampire? It's like, well, funny you should mention that. I was actually talking to my roommate about this very subject, because that's my housemate, because like really, I was like, well, if you could do it, I mean, they're not going to asphyxiate, right? Like, so that was fascinating to me. And I guess I guess my question for you is just how long did you have that chambered and ready, like that idea of, because I know you've thought about the bag of holding idea before, but in this context, and how'd you feel about the session, et cetera?
That idea came to me before we ended the last Zoom call.
Okay.
So when we finished the last game and you were off doing your outro, getting ready to shut your stream down,
right,
and the rest of us were still saying our good nights in the Zoom call, I was thinking about it then.
Okay.
And basically yesterday, well, last night, kind of this morning, I had grabbed my tape measure and I was like, okay, so how wide am I? Is that 3 feet? Oh, that's 2 feet. I can do this. And then I went and talked to him and he showed me the video of the dude jumping through the 2 foot wide thing. I'm like, all right, cool. We have science.
Science supports this. How'd you feel about the session with that? Are you pleased that it worked out the way you hoped for? And where will the people find you next?
I am. Well, yes, I'm thrilled. The thing that I'm really looking forward to is when we get back and like, the 12 are like, you were sent to get this person, and Tandon just throws the bag down on the floor. It's like, there is like, is he Ash? Like, no, he's still in there. It's like
it's your guy in this bag. It's like he's pointing right down there. That's it.
How do we get him out? I mean, of course, Tandon would know. Just rip the bag and he's gonna pop right out. It's gonna be fine. I was very, very excited. For me, I mean, most of this went pretty much exactly the way I figured it was going to go for today's session. So there weren't that many surprises for me. Earlier in the week when I was talking to some of my other furry friends, and I had mentioned that we were going to be doing the thing, and Bran, who I had said hello to just before we went on break, he was in the channel watching because he plays D&D as well, and, and I'm listening. They're, like I said to you, what the hell is your name? Arv. They're playing Fortnite, and I got their stream live, and somebody just redeemed it. Yay! Right when I said he plays D&D, it was yay! Oh, right, it's a different channel. Okay. But it just, for me, kind of the greater joy was knowing that one of my other furry friends who really enjoys D&D was watching us pace back and forth with sitting in boxes, and I'm like, this is the worst possible time for him to be here. And then the point at which they took off to go do their own stream and play Fortnite, that's when everything kicked off in Arnold. Like, damn it, to hell. But it was awesome. They had a great time. So.
That's good. Tell them that there's more where that came from. Where will the fine folks find you next, and anything else you want to mention about stuff they should check out, of stuff you have recently recorded, etc.
Back here on the 27th, maybe.
Right. Hopefully. And that's it.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay.
I have to record a thing for Pseudopod, but
okay,
I haven't recorded it yet, so there's really not much to tell.
More details to come then about that. As always, a great pleasure with this crew, and I am very excited for the next session. And incidentally, I promised I would tell you this: the next portion, and I think the final part of season 4 of Eberron Oracle of War is called The Waiting Game. And that will be starting next, The Waiting Game. But it is, ironically, or not ironically, but just, it's anachronistically, I guess, it's not actually a lot about waiting. There's a reason that title works, but it's not actually much about that. There is more travel in your future. I'll say it that way, depending on how things go.
What are the chances that we'll get all of that done specifically during ARFCon? Like finish that entire thing.
It's possible. Ooh. Well,
It's
because it's a
possible.
marathon session, yeah, it could be. That would be fun if that was the end of season 4 was all during ARFCon. That would be slick. Yeah.
Start and stop an entire
That
thing.
would be a thing.
Yeah, because we're going to
Definitely.
get a chance to start it next session, which is late this month. Yeah, could be. Anyway,
Possible. Possible. We have
possible.
thoughts.
It's conceivable. But great stuff tonight. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing members of D&D Infinity and Beyond? Thank you so much, as always, to Trent Sparks. Thank you to Marie Bilodeau. Thank you to Brandon O'Brien. Thank you to Jennifer Brozek. Thank you to John Helfers. Great work, crew. And I will speak to you in a couple weeks.
Thank you, chat. You guys are all awesome. We'll see you next time.
Bye. for
Sincerely, yes. Thank you.
Yes. Good night.
And yes, cosign on that. Chat was awesome. Chat really was awesome. Thank you so much, chat, for being great. This was, I enjoyed, there was solid turnout as well. And again, let's just keep spreading the word, because the more people that we get in for these things and the more that we get this, I mean, there was a lot of tension, there was a lot of back and forth, there was all this kind of stuff. So yeah, it was cool. I very much dug it. So great stuff. If you like what you saw and heard, first of all, we are going to do a raid. I actually have a request raid today coming to us from one of the players tonight has actually made a request for a raid and seems appropriate. Oh, thank you, Zed. Yeah, well, thank you for being a part of it, and good work on that miniature too. But I was very happy about how this all came together and more where that came from. Remember, on Tuesday we have Beowulf Age of Heroes with Tari Tunes. Then I'm going to be playing more Talisman Adventures. That game is well, yeah, that game, not that crew. I'm playing other stuff with them, but that game, that campaign is coming to an end very soon as well. So you can find that over on GOG.com's Twitch channel on Tuesday afternoon. And then Tuesday night, I'll be back here for the Vocalist playing the Banner Saga 3. So you'll definitely want to be around for that. Then Wednesday, Community D&D. Thursday, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And the following Saturday should be more Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, which has campaign has been on a roll as well. So all that good stuff happening. So with all of that said, if you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube, Discord !ArvCord, Twitter !ArvTweets, website arvineleron.com, also !ArvSky for my blue sky. Again, those of you who are watching on the YouTube channel, thank you so much. And please make sure to subscribe over on my YouTube channel if you haven't already. Free for you to do that, but really helps us out. So please support if you possibly can. !ArvTreon is the Patreon, trying to build that number back up into triple digits. Would love to see us get there, because that is all stuff that really helps the channel, and also cool individual stuff that you can get there, including inspirations to help our players. And as you saw tonight, we did need some of those inspirations, so those things are important. !Arv shop is the merchandise area. You can get this shirt. You can get this merchandise right here with on the back, the Infinity and Beyond crew, which is the best bad idea we've ever had. So you can do that. You can get shirts like this, plus stuff coming soon for Expedition of the Mysterious Peaks. You can get Shire Adventure stuff. You can get channel stuff, all kinds of cool stuff that you can get over on Arv Shop. You can also support us, the shop, the Patreon, also by subscribing to the channel, which several of you did today, either subs or resubs. And that's really great too. Gives you those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, and also allows you to get inspirations if you support at a high enough tier to support our players as they play in their various tabletop adventures. So please consider doing that as well. We have a really good raft of emotes now, and so I would love to see those spread out and used everywhere across the power of Twitch. Would be lovely. On the publishing side, Icarus, that's my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library, that's my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Greyshade, my Greyshade IP. That's the stuff I've been focusing a lot of my creative attention on. Greyshade and Renegade, first two books in the Grey Assassin trilogy are coming. Those are already out. Also, the audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks, who you just saw tonight, that is also out. You can get all those at that link. You can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, which, as we said, is going into playtesting within the next few days. That's going to be out late this year. Brandon O'Brien is the designer for that, who you saw tonight, and that's coming out out from the amazing Alligator Alley Entertainment. Again, towards the end of the year, you can pre-order that right now. You can also pre-order the final book in the Grey Assassin trilogy called Heretic. Blurbs are starting to come in. People apparently really like this, which is great because I am proud of it and I worked hard on it and all that. So I hope it is going to land with the general public as well as it has landed so far with people who've read it ahead of time. That, again, edited by the amazing Emily Bell and from Athos Arts. You can pre-order that now. As Prince Justin always says, pre-orders are love, pre-orders are life. So please jump on board and support with that as well. Last but certainly not least, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in that situation in the future. So, to keep this, thank you, Live Suing. The Arvanauts have landed. We're going to do a raid tonight. Arvanauts have landed. That's followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID, and also sub raid. If you are a sub, you can use all of those emotes. Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, Arvany Swit, Arvany Love, Arvany Smug, Arvany Blown, Arvany Witch, Arvany What, Arvany Sing, all the Arvanys when you are brought over auto-magically. Please go do that, and then feel free to go wherever, but if you can do that raid first, that would be lovely. Again, this is a raid by request of one of the players, so I would like to see us have a good showing for that. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Drew the Damager. Thank you to Shadowed Mage. Thank you to Triffity Mats. Thank you to the Rising Tides, the best mods in the business. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers. Thank you to Drew. Thank you to Shadowed, to Triffid. Thank you to Trend. Thank you to Zed. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Baron Valor. Thank you to Betrader. Thank you to Divinorium. To Dragon Spear, who was hiding out in the background but is a mod. Thank you to Flash Arc. Thank you to Gon Eden. Thank you to Harlequin. Thank you to Impulse Power, to Jagtris, to Joseph, to Live Suing, Marie Bilodeau, Mrs. Dunsel, Radio Johnny Panda, and Thordex Mommy. And a special thanks tonight to my wonderful players. Thank you so much to Tren. Thank you to Marie. Thank you to Brandon. Thank you to Jen. And thank you to John for being awesome. Always a pleasure to have all of you here. Please stick around for the raid right after the video. And I'll see you folks back Tuesday afternoon, early afternoon, for more Beowulf Age of Heroes and Tari Tunes. Until then, and this campaign coming up in 2 more weeks. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other. And once again, have a good night.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Ilarion, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams have grown more troubled, the sight of her future grown more dim, but whose skill in battle, wisdom in counsel, and love for her sister and the Citadel has grown even stronger. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory, with knowledge of what he did for the last war, and what he can or must do for the next one. Lysiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, even as the threats they face grow stronger and stranger, and even if she herself can't know where the next path might lead. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. Now he's gone all in to save his friends. But will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, and started to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the Nation of Thrain. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief somehow tied into the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Erulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to take down the repurposed Conclave outpost, repel a war-forged invasion, and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They found an elemental forge of great power and rescued both hostages from Salvation and the maker of the Oracle of War himself. But the cost, and Braelish soldiers and the mighty floating fortress Argoth taken by the Lord of Blades himself, was high. Now the King's Citadel must widen their world, traveling to the neighboring countries of Karnath, Thrain, and beyond. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, and neutralized Razorcrag. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, unmask the Emerald Claw, and stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world beyond Salvation.